Kate or Mina, do you know if Melissa is joining?
I actually can't remember, but we have quorum.
Okay.
Yes, and I haven't received any notice from her that she would be late.
Okay. All right, and I don't see anyone from USGS either. Okay, so I'd like to begin this meeting. It's 9:02 a.m. Are we live streaming and recording? Yep. Okay. All right, so it's 9:02 on April 28th, 2023. I'll just go around and have everyone introduce themselves from the committee. I'm Lainey Berry. I'm the representative for Department of Land and Natural Resources for the Endangered Species Recovery Committee. Loyal, can you go next?
Hello, Merhoff. I'm an at-large ESRC member.
Thank you. Kavika?
Kavika Winter, filling the Hawaiian seat.
Thank you. Michelle?
Aloha, Michelle Bogardus, representing U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Thanks, Michelle. And Lisa?
Aloha, I'm Lisa Spain. I'm an at-large member from Hawaii Island.
Okay, thank you. And then if anyone has anyone in the room with them, you can let us know. No. Okay, thank you.
And I'm sure if you all saw, Melissa just emailed, said she's going to be a few minutes late.
Okay. I did not see that, but yeah, thank you. Well, I think we should go ahead with item 1 since we have quorum.
Lainey, real quick, as a heads up, I have to step away at 9:30 for a briefing for the department. I'll be back though. It should not take long.
Okay, thanks. Hopefully, yeah, well, we've got 5 people, hopefully 6, so we should be good. But thank you. So I'd like to call to order and start with item 1, which is announcements. Announcements. We have May 17th. We'd like to have held on your calendars for a KRUC draft HCP meeting, a continuation of the previous meeting. Kate, do you want to talk about that meeting and then subsequent meetings?
We did send a doodle out for some additional meetings, so I need people to fill that out if possible. We are really struggling. KIUC has not given us a lot of options for dates, and we have a lot to go over with that HCP, so it would be great if people could try to find time in their schedules. I know summer is hard, people take vacations, but see what you can do.
Okay, thank you, Kate. I'd also just like to announce that for the members of the public, we've been discussing this annual review process with the committee, getting feedback from the committee, and for this meeting and for future meetings when we do annual reviews, we are going to, well, we may vote on, we're going to discuss, oh, sorry, did someone say something? Oh, okay. We're going to discuss recommendations as we always do on each annual review item. And then we may vote on, we're going to come up with that list of recommendations, and then we may vote as a committee on each list of recommendations. Those recommendations are going to be categorized as to whether the committee believes these are necessary to ensure compliance, or they're just recommendations for the permit holder, but not necessarily needed to ensure compliance. So there's like 2 categories of recommendations. The next item announcement is there was a committee member asked for an update on the BAT guidance document. Mina, do you want to take that one?
Yes, one moment, please. So I've been coordinating with my past predecessor, who was Paul Ratley. And we will be meeting the following week to discuss what are the steps that we need to take in order to approve the Hawaiian Horibad bad guidance document, and we will then be reaching out to the members with the next steps.
Okay, thank you, Mina. The last item, unfortunately, this was a very last minute announcement for items 3A to 3C. The representative who was scheduled to give the presentation and represent the permit holder had a very last minute emergency, medical emergency, and is not able to be here today. We've discussed this with Dil and I discussed this with Linda, and we feel that because the representative, we feel that we want to reschedule these items 3A to 3C because the representative was expecting to be here to give the presentation and unfortunately is unable to because of the emergency. But ESRC committee members are welcome to provide their comments directly to the DLNR staff. And then we will reschedule those agenda items as soon as possible.
Make a motion, we go into executive session to discuss this. I don't agree with this course of action and I want to talk through the ramifications.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
And so to do that, what did we do last time? Someone sends out a Teams invite to the committee only and you guys get on Teams?
I think we need to vote first.
Okay.
But yeah, I think, yeah, we will have to send a Teams invite to go in because yeah, we can do that. But so okay, so there's been a motion to go into executive session and a second, so we will need to vote. Can you verbally, I think this, if you raise your hand if you'd like to go into executive session. Kavika, Loyal, Michelle.
Aye.
Aye, 4. So that's 4 out of 5. So that's motion is approved. Okay, so we will need to do you want me to send that sorry, Mina, can you put a screenshot for the people watching on YouTube so that they can see that we've gone into executive session? And
Yes, I can do that.
I can send a Teams invite. Sorry, I'm working on 2 different computers here right now. I'll send that out right now.
Yeah, can you be sure to, I know Melissa's not here, but she might be joining. So could you send her make sure she's included in the Teams? Thank you.
I'll send it to everybody that I emailed this morning. Okay, sorry, give me a minute. Loyal, I think which I have an AOL email.
That's the best one.
That's fine. Okay. I think I sent it to the wrong one last time. That's all. Okay. That's all we have. So I have Kavika, Michelle, Melissa, Lisa, Loyal, Linda. Linda, should I add staff? Or just us?
Just us.
Okay. Okay, I just sent that now. So you'll need to jump off this group and join the Teams invite. Thanks. Or you, oops. I was gonna say you can stay on and mute if you prefer.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, for some reason my
Yes.
camera's not working on this. Let me try this. No, because I'm working on two different computers too. So
Yeah.
for some
Yeah,
reason my
Lynn.
camera's not working.
Linda, I can hear you on the Zoom, so you might need to either drop off from Zoom so your camera can work. You're not on the Teams, I feel.
Yep, we can hear you.
think a lot of challenging this. Theater, I actually think he does want to tell.
Hi. Can the ESRC members, when you come back on, either turn on your camera or verbally let me know that you're on?
Lisa Spain is here.
I see Loyal. Thanks, Loyal. We did lose Michelle temporarily, but she's going to come back on when she's finished with her other meeting. Lisa, are you on?
Yes, I just,
See
Lisa Spain.
Linda is back on. Kavika, thanks. See, you've just joined. Linda. Just waiting for Melissa and Lisa.
I'm here. This is Lisa Spain.
I see. Thanks, Lisa. I think we have quorum. I think Melissa will join in a minute. So we've finished the executive session. We're back into the regular session. Oh, there's Melissa. All right. Okay, so we have everybody now. We have Loyal, myself, Lisa, Kavika, and Melissa. So I'd like to move on to item 2, and I'll hand it over, sorry, to Linda.
Okay, wait, I am, hold on a second.
Linda,
Trying
we
to
can't
juggle my
hear you.
computer. Can you hear me now? No.
I can hear
Ah.
her.
I can hear you.
Sorry, that was me.
How about now?
No, that was my fault. I had muted
No.
because I was on the other computer and I forgot to unmute. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Ah.
While you're doing that, Melissa's just had to jump out, but she's going to rejoin after she restarts her computer.
Oh, Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Sorry, that was my fault. I had muted my computer, so I couldn't hear you.
Okay, all right, sorry. Back to. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yes? Lainey, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what I wanted to talk about was, we've been having discussions regarding what is the role of the ESRC with regards to the annual review of habitat conservation plans, safe harbor agreements, and incidental take licenses. And so, I think what they really wanted was for me to clarify a little bit about, what exactly is the role of the ESRC with regards to the wait, I keep getting people who are bullying me on my phone, on my other thing. What is the role of the ESRC? So going back to the statutes, under 195D25 subsection B2, the Endangered Species Recovery Committee shall, and says, review all habitat conservation plans, safe harbor agreements, and incidental take licenses on an annual basis to ensure compliance with agreed to activities, and on the basis of any available monitoring reports and scientific and other reliable data, make recommendations for any necessary changes. And so, there's been a question of, should the ESRC be voting on compliance, whether or not, they should be saying they're compliant or not, and what about these recommendations? So based on the statutory language itself, and the fact that the ESRC itself has been established as a review and recommendation committee to the BLNR, the reading of this section would say that the ESRC, their role is to make recommendations to DLNR regarding changes that would ensure that the permittees comply with their incidental take licenses and habitat conservation plans. But ultimately it is up to the department and the board to determine the compliance of any permittee with their permits or with the incidental take licenses and their habitat conservation plans. Does anybody have questions regarding that?
Thank you, Linda, for making the time to talk this through with us. So that line,
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm not hearing Kavika.
can you guys hear me?
I can hear
Yes,
you.
I can hear you fine.
Linda, maybe
can you-
yeah. Did you mute your computer? That's what I did.
Okay, no, I can hear you now.
Okay.
But you can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, yeah, thank you for making time to go through this with us. So that part where it says to ensure compliance,
Mhm.
I'm wondering if we feel that there are not, if any of the permittees are not in compliance, how do we communicate that to the board?
So I think that is through the recommendations and the recommendations for changes. And if the changes are not made, then ultimately I think it's up to DOFA staff to make that recommendation to the board as to whether a permittee is not compliant.
So hypothetically, if a permittee just doesn't even do what it committed to doing, seems like that would be information that we'd need to communicate to the board, and I don't know how to do that via recommendation. Can you help me understand?
So the recommendations, the language in the statute itself is to make recommendations for any necessary changes. So the recommendations are to the staff and the permittee for changes in order to make them compliant. I think it's up to the department to make the recommendation to the board to determine that, you know, that the permittee is not compliant, and to then make a recommendation to the board for some action to be taken.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I'm quite on the same page yet. So would it be within our purview to make a recommendation that a permittee be found in non-compliance?
You know, I think that the ESRC could make that recommendation, and then it'd be up to the staff to relay that to the board if they, you know, if they, I'm just wondering whether you could make that recommendation, and then they would have to, I think, work with the chairperson to determine if that should be then relayed to the board.
Okay, but if there's disagreement within the committee about whether or not a permittee is in compliance or out of compliance, wouldn't that require a vote?
No, because the thing is, the role of the committee is not to determine compliance, but to make recommendations for changes that the permittee needs to take to ensure compliance.
Okay, but if I feel that a permittee is not compliant, I want to make a recommendation to the board that they find that this permittee is not compliant, and then Loyal says, no, but I think they are, then staff doesn't have clear direction on what they should communicate. So what's the remedy for that kind of situation?
Well, again, it's not the role of the ESRC to determine compliance.
It's our role to ensure compliance.
No, to make recommendations for necessary changes to ensure compliance.
So, okay, I feel like we're going in circles just a little bit here. Part of ESRC's role is to evaluate and make recommendations regarding how they can best be in compliance, right? And
Yes.
so we're reviewing what they're presenting, but in order for us to make recommendations, there has to be a baseline understanding that maybe things are not as they should be, right? So by making recommendations, it kind of implies that we think things aren't the way they should be. And so it would be helpful, I think, for us to at least all be able to state on a particular thing, whether you call it a vote or whether you say we're all going on record as to what we think needs to happen or not happen. I think that would be useful. If we can't call it a vote, that's fine. But I think there should be an opportunity for each person to essentially state the changes that they think need to be made, and whether or not, I mean, maybe no changes need to be made. And if someone feels that way, they can state that too, whether or not you call that a vote.
And we're planning to do that. You'll see in the this is something, we've discussed internally, and we've come up with a format that will hopefully address these concerns, because we're hearing you. And so we plan to have a list of recommendations. We've got the staff recommendations that you've received, and then we're going to discuss committee recommendations today in the agenda items, and they're going to be categorized as compliance issues or other just recommendations, not necessarily compliance, but just recommendations for improving. And then there will be a vote once we've got all those listed, and we're going to share them with you on the screen with a PowerPoint. We have them all documented. Then there'll be a vote, and the committee will vote that yes, this captures all the recommendations that the committee has.
Well,
Sorry, Loyal had his hand up.
oh, I'm sorry. Well, I don't think my question was answered. So reading that subsection 2B, it says review to ensure compliance. And if the ESRC feels that a permittee is outright non-compliant, it seems like we need to formally communicate that somehow.
And the communication would be through your recommendations for changes.
Okay, but I mean, what would the change be? The change would be that they have to do what they said they're going to do. It doesn't seem like a change. It seems like they're just not doing what they said they would do.
And then that would be up to DOFA to then communicate to the board.
Yeah,
Because, you know, the ESRC is created for the scientific expertise that the board doesn't have, to supplement that scientific expertise. And so, you know, if there's adaptive management or other actions that need to be taken to ensure that they achieve the goals that they've stated in their habitat conservation plans, that's where the ESRC's expertise becomes useful for the department and for the board to ensure that they do comply with their habitat conservation plans and their incidental take licenses. It is not the ESRC's role to be the enforcer of these HCPs or ITLs.
Okay, so if they're just not following the black and white, what they said they would do, that DOFA is the one who determines whether or not they're in compliance or not.
Well, no, DOFA would make the recommendation to the board. Ultimately, it would be up to the board to make that determination.
Okay, so if DOFA's perspective is that they're concerned about non-compliance, do they communicate that to us at all, or they only let us know when they want scientific advice?
Well, maybe DOFA, do you want to answer that? How would you communicate that to the ESRC?
I'll chime in here. I don't think we would use the word compliance, but the whole point of things like the staff submittals and us to itemize the recommendations that the staff suggests and hopes that the ESRC will add to is because those are the measures where we think that the applicant needs to improve in order to meet what the expectations are. I guess it's a permittee in this case, but yeah, I mean, to me, the way the statute is, the whole point of recommendations is there's an assumption if we're making recommendations that they're not meeting the bar that we expect. And so in order to meet that bar, we are going to give them a list of recommendations that they can implement changes so that we think that will yield success. Sometimes we might recommend something and it doesn't yield success. And then the next year we might have to recommend something different. But the whole goal is for the committee and the regulatory agencies to pull and prod every year as necessary with minor tweaks in how the activities are being implemented so that we do get the outcome that's expected. And if I think what Kavika is talking about is sort of flagrant disregard. If we have a permittee who is never turning in accurate reports or pretending they're doing something and we find out they're not, you know, that is an enforcement issue for both agencies. That definitely would rise to the level of some very threatening letters. And then if we still didn't get a decent response, we'd probably go to the board. That has not been an issue that we've ever had to deal with. We are hoping that through strong recommendations every year, we can keep people implementing the way their HCPs were intended.
I think, Laurel, do you still have a question?
I
And you're
do.
muted. Okay, thank you.
So I guess I have a different take on the discussion that Linda and Kate have both had, in that if you look at the paragraph immediately above the one we've just been talking about, it's pretty clear that, it's asking the ESRC to do stuff. And both in section 1 or the paragraph 1 that I'm talking about now and 2 that we just talked about, it says the ESRC will do something. So that's not individuals providing their individual recommendations per se. It's wanting the ESRC to weigh in on something in both instances. The first one is super clear that you're making a recommendation to DOFA or to the department and to the board. So there should be no concern about that. And the paragraph 2 is not that different. It just doesn't spell it out quite as clearly, but it still says make recommendations and ensuring stuff. So, we should be looking at each one and making a recommendation as whether or not that HCP, whatever, is on track. As a minimum, we should be doing that and voting on that with recommendations to get it on track if it's not on track, or to provide other recommendations that may be beneficial to species that aren't necessarily meaning that it's out of compliance, but there's an opportunity to do something good. And I think that gets reiterated again when you go into 26 rather than 25, where it talks about that the department is supposed to put together every year a report on the individual species and whether or not the HCPs are effectively contributing to the conservation of those species in consultation with the ESRC. So the ESRC either should be providing input to that departmental report on those topics or reviewing that report and then providing additional comments on it at some point of time. So I think that between all of those 3 paragraphs with dealing with what we were talking about today, the ESRC should be weighing in at least on whether or not those HCPs are on track, provide recommendations to make them get on track if they're not on track, and also whether the HCPs are effective in doing the conservation that we wanted to do. Because it's possible for an HCP to be compliant, that is determined by the board. And we're not saying whether it is or definitively is not uncompliant, but HCP can be compliant with all the things it's supposed to do and still not be providing an effective conservation action for the species for whatever reason, because it was locked in and that's what it was we thought of 20 years ago when that HCP was put in place. But when I read the those sections, 195D wants the ESRC to weigh in on not only whether to recommend an HCP for approval, but also what the status is on those HCPs. So I think we should be looking at them individually and saying, are they on track? Yes or no as a vote? If so, and regardless, what are some of the recommendations? And then also being able to chime in and trying to chime in with the departmental report on the effectiveness of those HCPs for the conservation of those species, as I read it.
So as far as the departmental report, I mean that, I think it's up to DOFA as to how they want to actually put together that report. The consultation, I read that as the consultation with the Endangered Species Recovery Committee regarding the status of all endangered species for which incidental take licenses have been issued and the effectiveness of those HCPs. I read that as having, being done in the course of the annual reports and the review by the ESRC of the annual reporting that's required in the in 195D25. That's included in the 195D25 section. And I think, to that point, there's been some question regarding, well, how do we deal with this type of situation where, the ESRC wants to make recommendations, but the permittees fail to appear at the meetings that they're scheduled to appear at? How do we have a discussion if we have to keep postponing them? And I think, the concern that, that I've expressed is that because these are permittees and they have an interest in their permits, that we need to provide them with notice and an opportunity to present their information and to present their testimony in connection with any action that's going to be taken with regards to their permit, including recommendations for any necessary changes. And so I think going forward, and I think, I've had this discussion with both our staff, that they will be for these annual report presentations, the permittee will be told, these are gonna, your permit is going to be reviewed by the ESRC on this particular date. You'll be given an opportunity to make a presentation. You'll be given an opportunity to respond if there are any questions that the ESRC has. But if you don't show up, or if you don't have a representative, or if you choose not to show up, we will proceed without your input. But this is your opportunity to address the ESRC. And so I think that's, that will address some of the concerns that the ESRC has expressed with regards to, the ability to review these habitat conservation plans and ITLs, even in the absence of the participation by permittees. And so that these recommendations for necessary changes can be made and then will eventually be transmitted to the permittees.
And Linda, so to follow up, I agree that department has a lot of leeway as to how they go about putting that report together and how they choose to do that consultation. And it would make sense to use the annual reviews and the discussions that the ESRC has on those annual reviews to help inform that report, which means that we would need to be able to address those issues as a committee during the annual report phase that we've been talking about in 25. So if we lump what's in 26 into what we do in 25, then then you would have the information available for the report that the department would put together. So I'm okay with that. It just means that we would need to be asking those questions or getting that discussion together on those topics when we do the annual reports. But I do think they're asking for the ESRC, not the individuals, to be commenting on that. So that means I think we need to be doing a vote on whether or not to put forth that suite of recommendations and assessments as to the effectiveness of HCPs and whether the HCPs are on track. That's my pushback on you, so sorry.
So
That's all right, Loyal. I'm used to you pushing back on me.
Linda, a question from, this is Lisa Spain.
Yeah.
If we're talking about what Loyal is kind of saying, and there's a full ESRC recommendation, then due to sunshine, would we expect this to take a 2-meeting process? And for example, the presentation would be meeting A, then the ESRC would provide comments, and collectively those comments would then be brought up at the next meeting and voted on, or recommendations, pardon me, not comments.
No, because I think the staff anticipates going forward that they will do the staff report like they've done for this meeting on, where they're trying to put the recommendations out there before the meeting so that the ESRC has an opportunity to review it. And then also the presentations by the permittees are not required by statute or by the HCPs. And so they're be given an opportunity to do it, but I don't think they have to be done in a 2 meeting type of situation where you have, you give them an opportunity to make a presentation and then, another opportunity for the ESRC to make their recommendations. We can put the recommendations out there. We can, say you can give a presentation if you want, permittees, but we're going to go forward and discuss these recommendations, at the same meeting, because, I know that the ESRC, they're very busy people, and I don't think you guys want to be meeting, twice on these annual reports.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
I think just a brief follow-up. The important thing, I think, is that particularly in cases where we feel like there's a big gap between what they're supposed to be doing and what they're doing, it needs to be really clear then that those things are being followed up on, that if they're choosing to forego responding to those things in the public setting, they're still going to receive the letter in a timely manner and with the recommendations that the committee is making based off of their report. And so I think it just needs to be clear that it's not a way of somehow, getting out of being held accountable if you don't present in a timely manner. So because the predators, the mortalities, the deaths, all of that, it just keeps on going on, right? It's not like just because the meetings don't happen or the presentations don't happen that the impacts to the species somehow are paused. And so I think we just need to be really timely in moving forward on these things. And when health hiccups or other things happen, that's certainly unfortunate for those folks, but we do need to make sure that we're doing well by the species, whatever circumstances happen in regards to participants and committee members.
Yes, I think the staff intends to make that clear in future communications with the permittees with regards to the annual reports that, oh, there you are, we can see you. And that these things basically they will go on with or without you, and it's their choice to appear and how they want to appear and be represented.
Okay, could we just make sure that that's reflected in the minutes so it's documented and moving forward that we are going to have the discussion whether or not representatives show up? Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, I think I'm done, lady.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to check to see if we would have any public comments or testimony.
No comments or testimony from the public.
All right. So we'll move on to item, so it's 10:26 a.m. for the minutes. We have deferred items 3A, B, and C. So we'll move directly to item 3D, which is presentation for Sheraton Resort by Michael Bells and Dan Sheldon.
Can we take a 5-minute coffee break so that I can make sure that Sheraton is got the screen sharing and I can get them set up?
Sure. Okay.
I see Michael there. Hi, Michael.
Morning.
But yeah, everybody go get a cup of coffee and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So 10:32, we'll come back.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Michael, I'm just checking. You should have co-host permission now.
Okay, can the committee members let me know when they're back on?
Aloha, Lainey. This is Lisa Spain. I'm on.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Loyal and Kavika. So,
I'm
Yeah.
also back.
great, thank you. So it's now 10:32. We're going to start item 3D for Sheraton Resort. Thanks, Michael.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Bellis, representing the Sheraton Kauai Resort at Poipu. And following me almost immediately will be Dan Sheldon. He's the loss prevention supervisor who's been the one responsible for putting together the PowerPoint on behalf of the client. And I did want to repeat a few of the comments that I made on the March 31st meeting. And that is simply to acknowledge what I earlier labeled as profound and dramatic improvements by the hotel from 2022 to 2023. And my belief is that just the search efficiency quotient itself improving from 5% to 65%, coupled together with the fact that all of the down wildlife had been returned safely to the wild, and also noting the close working relationship and the help and support that we received from the staff of DOFA and Fish and Wildlife. It's helped to make the project much more successful on all aspects relative to the original PIP and to our reports to the ESRC. And I do know that one of the committee members did comment at the last meeting that it was a pretty low bar to begin with, and I acknowledge that. There's no denying it. But I do believe that there's a continued commitment by the management and staff of the Sheraton Kauai to continue and ultimately look to do the optimum in terms of searcher efficiency and coordinating our efforts as best as possible with both the state, the federal agencies and their staff, and to do better than what we did before. And the goal is always to do better and best serve per the terms and conditions of the applicable permits that we have. That's the breadth and extent of my comments, and I'll turn it over to Dan Sheldon, against the loss prevention supervisor, to actually go through with the PowerPoint, barring any questions from any members of the committee. Thank you.
Aloha, Dan Sheldon, Loss Prevention Supervisor, and I'll be presenting on behalf of the Sheraton Kauai Resort today. Our permit history, our incidental take permit issued on 26 May 2020, and our incidental take license issued on the 12th of June 2020 for a duration of 30 years. For our training and outreach, we started the season with field training with Ginny Kim and Elise Sachs of Fish and Wildlife back in May of 2022. We continued with our seabird and sea turtle awareness training. That was done by my manager, Lee J. Aki, and myself from July to September of 2022. We estimate about 186 employees. And then we had a field training for the seabird searches with Dilek Sahin of KSHCP in October. We presented a PowerPoint to our hotel associates, and we provided brochures and coloring books available to our guests. And the image to the left is just an example of one of the brochures we made available to our guests and presented in our PowerPoint. We also placed posters in public areas of the property.
Hey, Dan, quick question. What do you mean by associate? How do you say hotel associate? Is that just staff or?
Sorry, yeah, hotel speak employees, we refer to them as associates, yeah.
Sorry,
Thank-
Dan, while you're paused, just a quick correction that the Vanderup Storm Petrel, I believe, is actually listed as endangered, not a candidate for listing, but we have folks who can confirm that online.
Okay,
Just a minor correction.
all right. Thank you. In 2022, our general manager, Chip Bayhuth, introduced a $250 reward for any qualifying employee, contractor, or guest that located a covered species seabird, search study decoys, or wedge-tailed shearwaters. 25 hotel associates, 1 contractor, and 1 hotel guest qualified for this reward. The certificate, the image on the left is just an example of the certificate we presented to our employees when they found a bird or a decoy. For our search effort, we had dedicated seabird searches done by security, 10 full-time security officers, starting 3 hours after sunset and 2 hours before sunrise. And these occurred 4 to 5 times a night. And we staggered these searches so that one officer could focus on hotel duties and one would be just focused specifically on looking for the birds. The searches lasted approximately 75 minutes to get through the property. And with the introduction of the incentive program, it also led to random searches by available associates. And we estimate about 5 to 10 associates a night maybe volunteer their time to look for the birds. These would be restaurant workers, room service, or maintenance people would take some time out to go and search. The images below are just an example of a search. We wanted them to push through the vegetation, look inside the trees, lift things up to really get in there this year, rather than just walking on a path. We had the Honu search was done once a day at or just before sunrise along the beach. But this past season, we found 0 turtles or nests on the property or the beach. Our take report. So we found, we observed 8 newel shearwater, no Hawaiian petrels, and no Vanderup storm petrels. All 8 of those shearwaters were released. So with a 50% discovery rate, our calculated lethal take is also at 8. For the predator control data, it was a little bit new to us, but we had 1,290 trap nights. And we started our predator surveys in September. But now we're continuing that throughout the year. So that's done 365 days a year going forward. Security reports and documents predator observations by location on every shift of every day. And frequent locations are provided to our predator control contractor. These are more opportunistic, or were opportunistic surveys. And but moving forward for next year, we're going to make it a dedicated predator survey. So we observed 134 cats from September to December. That doesn't represent, or it doesn't mean there's 134 cats on the property. It's just that the way we did it, we counted every single day, every cat we saw on every shift. And the pictures below are just an example of some of our surveys when our security officers get a picture of the cats. For example, the bottom right corner, the orange cat, we saw that cat just about every day in that location, but it's just not taking the bait, but it was counted multiple times. For lighting, in 2022, the Sheraton started using Bluetooth-enabled solar lighting. These are full box cutoff lights that can be set to 30% output or motion detected on off. And for our enhanced 2023 lighting changes, I found about 10 of these Bluetooth lights last year, but they were installed kind of indiscriminately. Maybe some on the garden side and some by the road. And we feel this year they'd be more beneficial to have them all over the property, but we made it a priority to get them on the ocean side. And so right now, as of March, we have 23 of those lights installed on the property. We do have plans to continue to purchase more of them. This would help with in case a turtle came up on the beach. And also we noticed a higher frequency of the newel shearwaters coming down in certain areas on the ocean side. So we hope this will improve preventive measures. Challenges and changes for this coming season, as we just discussed, monitoring and modification of all lighting on the property as necessary. We'll continue to not only purchase more of those lights, but look for new technology, new lights that may be better prevention. The incentive program for associates and guests, we are confirmed to continue that this year, and we hope to do so in the years to come. We feel that that was a successful program and helped us improve our search efforts. Our search effort and training, we have a goal of 100% discovery rate in future search efficacy trials, and a goal of 100% annual awareness training for all employees. Our predator control, tracking, and recording is another challenge. Thank you to Ginny for sharing a sample chart graph with us. So we are putting that in to use already, and with dedicated predator surveys and a more detailed description of observations and the description of the cats and the actions taken. And we hope that that will lead to a timely reduction of the predators on property. We feel we had a good year with the predator contractor we had this past year, and we're continuing with them this year. Another challenge is exploring and consideration of new technologies. We heard some of the other permittees using infrared cameras on the property, and we are exploring that maybe for predator surveys and any other technology that someone else might find useful. We're willing to explore that. And lastly, the enhanced and improved coordination of training with DOFA and Fish and Wildlife. That training we had this year, we felt was extremely beneficial just for us to learn all of these things that are new to us. We hope to continue that in the future. And if you have any questions or comments, I'll take those.
I just want to express appreciation for the incentive program that you've done, and that seems to really have increased motivation for folks to find stuff. So thank you for doing that. And Loyal, I see your hand.
Yeah, Dan, I have couple questions. The first one is, how many cats did you actually catch?
We caught over 20 cats this year. And we would estimate right now we're probably down to about 5 that we see around the property on a consistent basis.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dan and Michael from the committee?
This is Lisa Spain. I just wanted to say mahalo for being present and giving the presentation. It's really helpful.
Thank you.
And this, Kate, I just want to pipe in as a member of the staff. I realize that the committee has a lot of frustrations about the permits that canceled being here today and might be tempted to lash out at the very first permit that gets reviewed. But in my personal opinion, this property deserves sort of the most improved award of the year, because you all remember last year's performance by the Sheraton. I mean, no offense, Dan, but they walked right by or didn't walk by decoys that were in the middle of the sidewalk all night long, and no one did anything about them. And I have been extremely impressed with how much they've pulled out all the stops to turn things around so fast. I mean, from one season to the next, they've literally, the employees are searching on their own on lunch breaks or staying after hours because they're so eager to get this extra $250. So the innovative things that they've done at Sheraton to try to improve, I think really deserve a lot of credit. And there's always going to be continued recommendations. I don't think we're ever going to have a permit go through an annual review on any given year where we don't have recommendations. That's just not our style. But the staff is quite pleased with how the Sheraton has done. And we're also really pleased that Dan himself has communicated directly with us. We're not going through any mediators, so we're getting really accurate reporting. We know when birds come down, we know what issues they have. They've let us send Fish and Wildlife staff to do the turtle training. They let us send KESRP coordinator to do the seabird search training. So the on-the-ground staff has been really accessible and really responsive. And I just wanted to commend them for that.
Thanks, Kate. Loyal.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Kate did that, because it looked like there has been an awful lot of great progress between last year and this year. You know, but the Delphi staff did indicate that they weren't getting, I think, the downed wildlife reports or something like that, and some reporting things now associated with cats as well, I think, are the predator control program. So those would be the kind of things that I would guess would be areas to improve upon. But I do give you guys great credit for the major shift between years and the innovative program you guys put together. So that's great.
Okay, thanks, Loyal. So I'd like to go to just check to see if we've got any public comments or questions.
No questions or comments.
Thanks, Mina. And then, so as I mentioned at the beginning, we're going to try this new format where we're going to, I think Kate or is going to screen share with what we want to come out of this is a list of recommendations that the committee have imported and discussed and agreed on and voted on. And we want to have 2 categories of recommendations, one for ensuring compliance, and the other one is just not necessarily compliance issues, but just recommendations for further, just further refinements and improvements. Does anyone from the committee have any questions on that approach?
I have some recommendations that will be for this particular participant, but I also have recommendations for the overall HCP, which would
Okay.
apply to this PIP.
Let's see, Michelle's just joined. Okay, so Michelle Bogardus is just rejoined chat. Kate, how should we handle that? We've got overall, should we, because we don't have that on the agenda. So we may have to defer
You know,
that.
we could go ahead and collect those comments today, because when we respond to each permittee, that's an individual thing. So anything that will apply to all of them will still be repeated in each individual letter.
Mhm.
If that makes sense.
Does that sound okay, Laura?
That sounds fine to me. I kind of anticipate that's what you'd do.
Okay. Kate, are you going to screen share so we can document? Yeah.
Is it working?
We see the map.
Okay, yeah, this is just, what I did was I took the staff submittal that we had made, I deleted all of the previous stuff, and I stuck straight to the recommendations that we had, and I thought we could just go through those and see what the committee might want to add if we wanted to go by category. I have them here. And then we could just add something at the end for general that Loyal had.
Okay. So to clarify these, sorry, I thought we were going to have a separate like PowerPoint, but we're going to amend, like annotate.
Yeah, I'm just going to put a little in parentheses C after each item that we decide is a compliance related item that has to be improved to ensure compliance. I have a few in my mind, but I'm going to let the committee go with what they want to do first.
This is helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll just, shall we just go through these one at a time and discuss whether we think these are compliance or non-compliance issues or recommendations?
Do you want me to sort of narrate a few of them? Because some of them,
yeah, that'd be good.
Jenny, who's my Fish and Wildlife counterpart, and I have already talked to Dan Sheldon about earlier this week, but I don't remember quite what he said. He did a lighting audit. So this map down here, I'm going to scroll. This shows the 3 hotspots for where they brought down birds. And this one here is an area where I believe Dan and Dilek went and walked the area, and she pointed out problem lights that were mounted to trees. And I think those have already been modified now. They didn't get modified during the season, but I'm going to let Dan respond to that, because that was one of our questions, was for a timeline of those modifications.
Yeah, so those are modified after the season. We found the lights that we had were kind of spread around the garden wing. But this year, after looking at the results of the downbirds, we do have them all along the ocean, especially in case that there's turtles and the birds. But they were installed between January and March of this year.
Okay, can I add as my recommendation for you guys to give us a list of the lights that were replaced or modified? And what portion of the beach facing lights that represents?
Okay.
Does the committee have any, so I guess we'll go through these one at a time. So if the committee has any additional comments on that particular recommendation, you can please go ahead now.
For lighting?
Yeah. And is this would that be a compliance or just a, what do we call, a compliance issue or just a regular recommendation? Not sure what to call it.
I mean, there is an obligation from the permittees to minimize to the maximum extent practicable. So one of the reasons the agencies are going to send staff again this year is just to get a better sense of what we think they could do that wouldn't be too much of a big lift for the Sheraton. If we see some lights that would be simple to modify, we will make that recommendation. So that's on our list of recommendations, is for the staff and Sheraton to work together to see if there's any additional minimization actions we can do, especially in those specific spots.
Well, this doesn't seem like something that they're out of compliance on, so to speak. It seems like a operational tweak or adaptive management actions. So I don't think this is a major issue personally, but I can be convinced otherwise if somebody wants to chime in.
No, I have no further comments on this particular piece.
Just maybe a quick question for Dan. Why don't you just change out all the lights? Is it a cost issue or human power issue, or what's the hold up with just getting them all done one time?
Yeah, so we have to get approval there. We are getting them changed out. That's the goal. It's about $4,000 a light, and then it's just getting a little bit out of a time approved and shipped in and then installed.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Kate, I'm so sorry. Would you mind scrolling back up just for a second? Okay, the only thing that I would maybe suggest in here is a time component. And Dan, I know that you're aware of this, but some of these recommendations are time bound, right? So ideally for the areas where you have already identified that there are lighting issues, we would recommend that you try and switch those out first and in advance of the upcoming seabird fallout season. And I know that's sort of inherent, but just wanted to draw that to your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, will do. Thank you.
And that's a good reminder that we should probably go ahead and schedule the site visit as soon as possible, so that if there are additional lights that are identified, it gives you guys time. I mean, I've seen some of the other permittees do their lighting audits pretty much a week or so before seabird season, and then there's never enough time for them to address the issues that come up. So, we could get out there this summer. And
well, and for those permittees that also have sea turtle considerations, we, as of next week, are hitting sea turtle season.
Yep.
Okay.
So predator control is one issue where I think there's just been a lack of communication between, well, the agencies never talk to the predator control contractors. We only go through the permittees. And we thought we'd been very clear that we needed survey data, but from several of them, we just got monthly totals, which, as Dan pointed out, is problematic because you might be catching this or counting the same few cats every night, and it looks like there's 150 cats on the property. It's really just 3 cats being counted all the time, especially if multiple shifts per day are counting the same cat. So we really need surveys, because the thing that the HCP specifies is that the agencies need to make a determination of the efficacy of the predator control. And that's really important because that goes into the discovery rate. As we say every year, the discovery rate is made up of 2 things. One is the searcher efficiency, so how well you're likely to find a bird. And the other is effective predator control to ensure that the bird exists on the landscape long enough to be found. And so with the data that we get, where we just get monthly tallies, that is not giving us enough to make that determination of efficacy. And we have had this conversation with Dan, so don't yell at him because we did it already. And there is the expectation that the predator control contractor or the facility itself will do regular surveys so we can get enough information to make evaluations. But that's, to me, that is definitely a compliance issue. We cannot evaluate the effectiveness of the predator control with the information that's currently being gathered. But it's still way better than last year. I mean, last year, as far as I know, I don't know if they ever caught anything. I don't remember, but it wasn't excellent last year. So that has improved also. It's the data collection that needs to improve at this point. I think the effort is adequate. It's just we can't show that because we don't have the data.
Loyal, go ahead.
Thank you. So actually, this is one of the sections that I have a set of comments that I think will probably get repeated with most, maybe not all, but most of the other participants. And that is, I don't think that, and we've said this, from early on when the HCP was under discussion, from my perspective, just doing predator control and the searcher efficiency is not adequate to really determine whether or not we're in an order of magnitude ballpark of the overall needs for this. So this is where I think that the participant and DOFA need to get together and do 3 items in order to make sure that we indeed are getting a good reflection of what is going on with respect to take on this property and the other properties as well. And that is, first of all, DOFA needs to do kind of a formal searcher efficiency trial. So that would be blind to the participant here, as well as a carcass retention trial. And thirdly, I also strongly believe that there needs to be just a general canine search during the fallout season for birds with canines to make sure that there's not just a huge amount of fallout occurring that we just aren't seeing. So I think those three things are really needed for this HCP in general, but also for the participants that have fallout. In this case, there's they had 8 birds that they found, I believe. So I think that would be good. The fourth thing is going to come out in a different area, so I'll hold for that. But those 3 things are the ones that I want to mention in this particular place.
And to clarify, the formal searcher efficiency trial is that different to what was, like, do you mean a follow-up to what was done, or?
Well, yes, a follow-up which is done, but I think you need to look at something other than just straight decoys.
I see, like.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the decoys have been adequately validated and verified that they're an adequate representation of a downed bird.
I think that's something that I spoke to a while back, as far as they're a test of people's visual vigilance, but they don't have any kind of persistence aspect to them, because they're not going to be smelly to cats and taken off somewhere and all of that. So there's not a disappearance of the carcass the way there would be with other things. So they're a good test of visual vigilance, but not of carcass persistence.
Okay, so these are recommendations. These are not specific to this particular committee. That this is the HCP general ones that you're talking about.
It is a general one. It is applicable to this location. They did have 8 down birds that they found. But I do think that this is important to make sure that we're not missing something really significant.
Okay.
This is, however, not a ding on this participant, okay? Just so that we're clear, because that is not a requirement there, but it is something that is built into the HCP that DOFA can do. Thank you. That concludes my thoughts on this one.
Sorry, before you go ahead, Kavika, Kate, I had a suggestion, maybe use track changes so we can see these comments sort
Okay.
of separate from the staff submittal.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Kavika.
Okay, thanks. So one of the things I appreciated about Dan's presentation, there's a few points in there where he said 100, the goal is 100%, and I forget exactly what that was, but I appreciated that. One thing I think would be good is kind of on the flip side, if there was a 0% CATS goal, just because how bad they are and how quickly they take, will snatch up a down bird. I think it would be great if there was a 0 cat policy on property, if that doesn't exist already, but I think that would be good. Oh, and I just had a question about whether or not any of those cats are being fed either by staff, guests, or outside people, or if they're resident cats or they live off property but are seen on property. Any details on that front?
We believe one of the cats, the orange cat that I discussed, is being fed. We don't know who's feeding it, but we are making it a point to get into our department meetings and remind our employees that there's no feeding the cats allowed. We've done that, but we have at least one of them we feel is being fed.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your honesty. And Kate, so for my suggestion was to have a no cat policy for the property, so that it's clear to everybody that it's not okay.
Okay.
That I'm not sure if you're still working or not. I don't see my comment accurately reflected.
Right now it reads confirm that there's no cat presence or feeding tolerated on the property, because at least one cat is being fed.
But my formal suggestion is to implement a 0 cat policy on property.
Okay. Does the Sheraton have any idea how they would do that? Or are they already trying to implement a 0 cat policy and it's just not working?
Well, yeah, I haven't heard that there is a 0 cat policy, so my recommendation would be to make that.
Can the Sheraton confirm if is there a 0 cat policy currency, or is that the goal? I don't know if Michael or Dan have a comment. I don't. Okay, no comment. Okay, so we'll keep that as the recommendation then. Thanks, Kavika. Oh, go ahead, Lisa.
I was just gonna add, and I don't know if it exists, but if there was a standardized way that we could expect applicants to collect and provide consistent predator control data between numbers of traps, trap hours, or trap days, predators caught, etc., so that every time we review one of these, we're seeing the same kind of data presented to us, rather than it kind of being made up by the contractor or the applicant, that DOFA perhaps provide, or we come up with a way that we want to see that data.
Mhm.
So one of the suggestions that Ginny and I made when we have talked about this with each other is, I don't have it on screen, so I'm sorry I can't share it, but there is a graph that HDOT put in their presentations that both last year and this year that makes it very clear that surveys were done every night and trapping was done every night, and it shows that all in one graph so that you can see what the sort of nightly number of cats were and then when they caught one, and it gives you a much better idea of what's happening on the ground. So what we've tried to do is suggest to the other permittees that they use that format for displaying their information. It requires nightly surveys, but it makes it much easier to evaluate whether what they're doing is working. And then Ginny has provided a data sheet that can be used every day to fill out what the observations were, including descriptions of the predators, so that we know if the same one is being seen over and over again that might be trap shy or fed. So we are working on that because we agree too. We get from each permittee, we get data that is not remotely comparable, and it makes it difficult to interpret.
Yeah, mahalo for that, Kate.
Do you want me to just keep going down my list?
Yeah, well, I think you were gonna confirm that we haven't really confirmed if these are compliance issues or not. Okay.
I would say yes, they are compliance issues. This is probably the only compliance issue we had with Sheraton this year, and that's just because the data isn't there. Like I said, the effort is there, but we just can't show whether it's working well because we don't have the data.
Yeah,
That is something that would have to be addressed before next year.
yeah, but the ones listed that the committee added are not just specific. These are applicable to all of the these are kind of, are you saying all of these are compliance issues?
I'm saying in the realm of predator control, we're non-compliant right now because we can't demonstrate that the predator control meets the bar expected by the HCP.
I get that, but the recommendations from the committee apply to all permit holders, and this permit holder is not going to be able to, doesn't have any control over the other permit holders.
Right. We've been making these same recommendations to all of them when we've been talking.
Okay. Okay. So these,
and we've been working on, I mean, that's why Ginny came up with the standardized data sheet, and we're sort of mulling that one over. And once we decide it's good to go, it's going to go out to everybody. And we have already told all of them in a group meeting that we liked the way HDOT presented their data in one graph, so it made it really easy to interpret it. And then we would like them all to do that in their presentations if they had that data collected already.
Okay, so the recommendation shouldn't be make standardized method, it should be use the standardized method, because I just want to make sure it's clear that what the permittee needs to do if we're saying that they're non-compliant.
Okay.
Laney and Kate, I think from a committee perspective, if we can't guarantee that their predator control is inadequate, if we determine it's inadequate, then the numbers that are being used to calculate take on a given year would be off, right? So if we're giving them credit for finding 90% or 100% of the downed birds, but there's a major cat issue on site, that means that they're very likely not finding many of the birds that are downed on the property, which would speak to the amount of take that they're being recorded for in a given year. And so I think that's the intersection with compliance here, is that we can't trust the calculations on take if predator control is inadequate.
Yes.
And in this case, we don't really know that the predator control is adequate or inadequate. We don't have the data to define it. You know,
Right.
this HCP is different than other HCPs like the wind farms. We made an assumption that if the predator control and the searching methodology met a certain bar, that we would have confidence that they were meeting their assigned discovery rate. The challenge with that is that we have to actually be able to ensure that the permittee is meeting the bar that they said that they were going to do. And if we don't have the data to fact check that, then it's hard for us to say whether or not the discovery rate is still appropriate and they're meeting their compliance components. So, you know, I think for Sheridan, what I'm walking away with is I don't know if the information is showing me that they're out of compliance or not. I think that we're missing the information that would allow us to confirm that they are in compliance. Based on the level of effort and the fact that it was a low fallout year and they found a lot of the birds, well, I mean, it's really hard to say, but I want to commend Sheridan for a radical scale up in the work that was done. And I've only heard good things from the agency's staff team. So my thanks to you, Dan, for you and your team for your work that was done this year. That doesn't mean that there's not still things that probably need to get shifted over the course of the next year and things that need to happen in prep for the upcoming fallout season, but this was big strides.
But this is loyal, wouldn't you? I mean, I thought that there were issues with the data transmittal on this issue to DOFA. And if there was, then they're not in compliance with that part of it. So the three things I brought up, that's not on them per se. But if they're not giving the data that they've been asked for to DOFA, then they do need to do things to ensure compliance so that
Yes,
you can do the things that you've been talking about, Michelle, right?
agreed. Yep.
So I don't think that the change that's really needed, from what I can ascertain here, is that they need to improve their data, not only collection, but their transmission to the agencies so that they can be reassured that they are doing the things that they said they were going to accomplish via the PIP. My comments are more the effectiveness of the HCP for the DOFA departmental report. I don't think that we can say that this has been an effective HCP unless we are pretty certain that we have a good understanding of what the take level is. And we won't have that unless we go beyond the searcher efficiency with decoys and actually get at carcass retention and overall number of down birds.
Regarding the data submission, the Sheraton has provided everything to the agencies. We have other facilities that we've asked them for all the raw data, and they have told us that they would provide it to us. We still haven't received it, so we'll ask a second time. But the Sheraton has provided all the data when we ask. So
then, Kate, is that a correct characterization then on the top under predator control?
The information that we're lacking is the way that the data is collected. And so that's why we're trying to standardize a data collection sheet so that across the board, all the participants know what information they need to put in. So for example, in the data collection, it's what time did you survey? What date did you survey? What did you see? Did you see any cats? What did they look like? What did you do? What was your response into that? That information is separate from what the predator control contractor does. And typically the predator control contractor will walk around, do their rounds and check their traps and opportunistically see cats. And if they see cats, oh, okay, I'm going to put a trap here, or so-and-so an associate told me there's a cat over here, so I'm going to put a cat over here. So they kind of do their own surveys separate from what the Sheraton does. And what we don't have information on was the reason, because it wasn't collected or recorded in a way that we can see all the information. And so that's what we're asking for from the Sheraton, as well as all of the permittees. But the Sheraton has provided us with all of the information that they have. They just didn't collect it in the way that we need them to collect it.
That still sounds like a data shortfall to me.
It is. I mean, and there have been times when I thought it would be handy if we could just talk directly to the predator control contractor and tell them kind of what we need. But the properties themselves are also doing surveys, and we just need to see the actual daily survey tallies instead of having things totaled in a monthly number, because we can't interpret anything from a monthly total. So that's an issue we had with a couple different properties this year, and we are going to have them fix that. Your hand is still up, Loyal.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm still not clear. Are all of the things listed here, you're saying these are changes needed to ensure compliance?
No, I'm saying in predator control changes are needed, and it really comes down to surveys. Loyal's comment is a separate comment that he said applies to all of them.
Right. But the way it's presented here, this says predator control changes needed to ensure compliance, and they're all listed underneath. So to me, that implies they're all.
Lainey, I'll put a finer point on it. I would say that first one, that improved survey data collection, daily counts, not monthly, that one is a change that is needed to ensure compliance.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if that's necessarily true for all of these in this list.
Okay. Yeah. And in Kate's, I think, is that right? What you're doing, you're asterisk.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the HCP itself says there's a zero cat tolerance policy, so I'm going to put that under there too.
Okay. Thanks.
And then if everybody's good with predator control, I'm going to move on. I don't hear any opposition.
Can I just make sure for clarification? So whether or not a participant has an opinion that there's a zero cat tolerance policy, if they've agreed to an HCP with a zero cat tolerance policy, that's the expectation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the staff training this year, I know the Sheraton did extra stuff on their own. I also think that a huge improvement was when DLEC went over there. That's the new KESRP coordinator, and actually walked the property with the staff. They said they had never been trained that way before, and they found it really useful. She showed them sort of how to look in the bushes, where they would tend to go, the behavior of the birds when they hit the ground and seek cover. And that led to a great improvement of the number of birds and decoys that were found in cover and partial cover. So I would suggest, just because it was so effective and he lives on Kauai already, that having her come and spend a few hours with the staff every year just to freshen things up would be a great idea. I think she's willing to do that.
Kate, I don't know if that's necessarily a compliance issue, but it certainly helped the permittees in their ability to ensure compliance. And I also thought that was a really positive shift this year, and honestly would like to see that as a recommendation for all permittees to go through that training every year, so there is consistency in the training approach and an insurance that that the training is adequate and has the most up-to-date information and guidance.
Yes, we agree. Does anybody else have anything to add for staff training?
Can you add that, Kate? That staff training recommendation is for all committees. Thanks.
For outreach, they have their coloring books and brochures and everything. We just thought it would be helpful, since there is clearly some feeding of predators on site, that they improve the signage and possibly enforcement of that. I'm sure there are some level of cameras, so maybe they can figure out who's doing the feeding and speak directly to that person. That's an outreach issue. I didn't consider it a compliant issue, but I do think it needs to happen. I'm going to let Ginny talk about turtles, because she flew over to Kauai to train both Sheraton and Sonesta staff. One thing I'll add before she starts talking is that we have had some communication problems in the past with some of the hotels when we were not communicating directly with staff, when we were communicating with their consultants. And we confirmed a time for this turtle training to occur. Ginny and Elise from Fish and Wildlife flew all the way to Kauai, went to the Sheraton, and they had no idea she was coming. Nobody was prepared. There was no room ready. Caught them totally off guard because it had not been relayed. And so that is a huge thing across the board that we're trying to improve moving forward, is to communicate directly with the resort staff, or the staff in general with all the permittees. But that being said, I will let Ginny talk about any concerns for Honu.
The only recommendation that we have and data that we don't have is the data. Sorry. We know that the Sheraton is searching. We conducted the training out there. It's a pretty short stretch of beach that they're able to do that. The staff is able to do that, and they've confirmed that they are doing it. We just don't have any data logs that they provided to the agencies. And I believe that has to do with that they didn't collect the data logs, or I'm not sure what the reason is, but we provided data sheets last year when we went over for the training. And we also have developed an app that the staff or whoever's doing the searches can use and do it from their phone and just drop a point where they're located. So the Sheraton has the option to do either, and we just need them to provide the daily logs to us.
Okay.
I would also say that this is something that, again, that information is needed in order to determine compliance. I don't know. It's not necessarily that it's in compliance or out of compliance. It's just that we simply don't have the data to determine it. Is that accurate, Ginny?
Yes, it's helpful. We also have access to the DAR sea turtle information logs that they provided to us. And so I've been able to cross-reference and ensure that there were no nests or no turtle strandings or no turtle activity on the Sheraton beaches.
Great, thanks.
So does the committee feel, is this a compliance issue or just a recommendation?
I can't remember what the HCP says they had to do as far as data goes on this. What they actually, other than they had to do certain things, I don't remember whether they had to submit data.
I think to some extent there was an interest in the part on the agencies to improve beyond what might be required as a minimum in the HCP, because there have been turtle issues both at the Sheraton and the Sonesta in the last couple of years. So we are trying to get a better handle on how that occurs and what to do about it. So at least until we don't have any more unintended or unreported turtle take, we are asking for more information from the beachfront hotels.
So then I would say this is not a compliance issue if this is stuff that you hadn't expected them to give in the HCP. I mean, it begs the question whether some of these participants should be asking for incidental take on turtles, but that's a separate issue.
So there is a spot in their annual report template that says to describe their monitoring of Honu. And so it's hard for them to describe that if there isn't anything.
I agree with Loyal though. At this point, I wouldn't consider it to be a compliance issue. It's just we need to clarify what is needed. And if the we need to flesh out what it means when we say provide a description of what their monitoring looks like.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Okay.
Next one.
So recovery of downed birds, as we said, they seem to do a very good job this year. They did find a fair number. It was a really high fallout year, according to SOS. They found quite a lot of nesh, and they also found quite a lot of wedgies. Ginny, remind me, but I think we got all the reports we needed to from this property. They came direct from the on-ground staff.
Yes.
Yes, so we got them all. So that wasn't an issue. With the other properties it was, but with this one it was not. So we got what we needed with them. And our recommendations are pretty much just please maintain that.
I would say that the Sheraton, I believe, is one of the only permittees. I can't remember off the top of my head now, but the Sheraton does submit final disposition information to the agencies. So they check with SOS and follow the birds to make sure they know what the final disposition is and send updates to the agencies. So we don't have to backtrack and figure it all out.
Oh, well done. Thank
Yes,
you.
they've been doing well on that.
That is a huge, for other committee members, just to be aware, that is a huge time component for the agency teams. Yep.
So I do have comments on this one and recommendations. I would recommend that the estimates of take be revised to reflect the annual changes in the searcher efficiency, similar to the way that we do that with wind farms. So when they have a good year, like they did this year for their searcher efficiency, they get to get more credit for that. And when they have a bad year, like last year, then that should impact the estimated take levels. So I do think they need to do that. I think that the SOS survivorship rates that are used by this participant and the other participants as well, so this is for all participants, needs to be revised based upon published outcomes from the SOS releases from Rains et al. So I think that needs to be done. We've talked about that for at least the last 2 years. So that's something that's, I think, pretty important to do. And I have a question for Dan, if he's still on the line, about how much of the property is searchable by his teams.
The permitted property, most of it should be searchable. It's just a challenge getting on the coastline where the Naupaka and rocks are, but we should be getting into all of the vegetation around the buildings. and the parking lots.
How about the rooftops?
The rooftop, we actually found success getting cats there, but not bird. We can make like a visual inspection, but that's something that we could look at.
Well, as long as you're looking at the rooftops, then I would count that. But if you're not looking at the rooftops, and particularly, I don't know if they're flat rooftops or not, but if they're flat roofs, then it'll be hard to visualize that from the ground. So anyway, I would, again, your take estimate should be based on if you're assuming that you can get to search every single area, then you are okay there. But you do still need to temper that based upon your searcher efficiency data that you get annually, because it will change annually, right? Depending upon how much training you do with people and whether or not you are or not doing the incentive programs and things like that.
Yeah, if there is a search efficacy test that would provide the results, then yeah, we could adjust those.
Okay. So what you have there, Kate, it's correct. And then I would also say that the second point was to revise the annual take estimate of this property based on their searcher efficiency.
So I hear that suggestion, Loyal, and I know that that's something that we've talked about a lot as a committee in the past. I mean, obviously that is the gold standard. I think I'm just struggling with how we would actually implement that recommendation. And maybe I just need to spend some more time thinking about it.
Well, there's two types of, there's a searcher efficiency that's required by the HCP for the properties to do. And then there's a real searcher efficiency one that I think DOPA should do as a check to make sure that we overall are doing this stuff right.
I agree, but in the HCP, that DOPA check was really only intended for the first year or two of the HCP. It wasn't a commitment by DOPA to do it annually forever. And that I think is captured. I would have to go back to the HCP to capture the text of what it was said, but it was intended to try and check and see whether the properties were meeting their assigned self-proclaimed and permitted discovery rate, but it was not intended to be done annually. And because DOPA wasn't able to commit to that, I think there's a question mark about how we would actually implement this long term.
Yeah,
HCP,
I wasn't thinking of them doing it annually, other than, not annually for every single participant. They may need to do it annually for a few years to cover the participants, to make sure that they are in the ballpark with their stuff. But right. there were searcher efficiency studies provided as part of this year's packages of reports, correct? And so that's what I was referring to on them doing their evaluations that are required under the HCP.
Jenny or Kate, can you help us with that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I can take a stab at it, but there is a lot of variation from year to year, obviously, in the number of birds that come down and the searcher efficiency. And when we originally obligated DOFA to cover the costs of the trials, it was to see if the applicants, especially the ones who were declaring over 50% discovery rate, were doing well enough to earn the discovery rate they were being credited, including the 50% ones. And the ones that met that bar, we didn't retest them. The ones that did not meet that bar, we did retest, and that was the Sheraton and the Sonesta. The Sheraton has now met that expectation and exceeded it. The Sonesta is not quite there yet. And the other big one that we've never tested because they weren't open is One Hotel Hanalei, the former Princeville Resort, which has the highest discovery rate claimed of anybody other than the ship. So
Yeah,
we
and I
still
think
have
those
some-
need to be done with real birds.
I'm not sure how to address that, but I can tell you that after a $300 million remodel at that hotel, they're not going to want to put dead birds all over the place. So we're trying with the predator control evaluation. What we had always told them is we can't evaluate your discovery rate only based on searcher efficiency unless we know you have really effective predator control. And if you don't have effective predator control, that's when the care trials might come in to demonstrate that that really is affecting carcass retention time. We really had been trying to say that if they can demonstrate effective predator control, that could be a proxy instead of doing carcass retention trials in a fancy vacation resort.
Yeah, and I understand that issue with that, but you can also do it under validate that elsewhere off property if you want to.
I would assume there are some places on the property where you could do the trials that might be out of the way of where it might impact, you know, the smell of operations or that kind of thing.
You know, I honestly don't think you'll ever know whether this overall HCP is going to be effective unless you have good care and safe trials.
Sorry, just to follow up on the one you mentioned earlier, Kate, the property that's being credited with the highest discovery rate, if I remember right, you said it wasn't tested yet. Is there a plan for that? I'm sorry if I missed you saying that earlier.
Yes, the reason they weren't tested because they weren't open. So that's the former Princeville Resort that's pretty much been closed since the permit was issued. And they opened in February. So this will count essentially as year one for them of the permit. I mean, functionally.
Okay, so they didn't have any lights on during the previous time period?
They had minimal security lights on. We did send DLEC out to check those. Because they were under construction and they had no nighttime construction, they were pretty dimmed out.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
I also have heard, although I haven't verified it myself, that the hotel used to be painted quite a bright, reflective, lighter color. And now it's a muted olive army green. So or gray. It does not, it still casts light, but it doesn't reflect light or look as bright. The locals have posted their appreciation on Facebook, apparently, for the painting on that hotel and how much better it fits with the environment. So do you want me to move on to reporting? Hearing nothing, I will. So one issue that we had with a lot of permittees this year was that we aren't getting down wildlife reports for non-listed species. And while they don't need to report non-listed species in the annual report, we're only worried about the covered species there. The agencies do expect to get down wildlife reports from each permit for pretty much everything that comes down. And a lot of that is because it helps us evaluate the minimization actions. So just like you saw in the map for the Sheraton, we were able to add more dots to that hotspot because they had noted where the wedgies came down as well. And they got a lot of wedgies. We just need to make sure that across the whole HCP, the permit holders are giving us all of the non-listed take that they have. And that wasn't as big a problem with this permit as it was with some others, but it's an across the board comment. And we have talked to Dan about it and he's fine. So if possible, it would be good to open the floor to any other potential committee comments before we break for lunch.
I don't have any further comments at this time.
Voting comment, is that a compliance or just a recommendation?
It's not a compliance to me because they haven't underreported their actual covered species. We expect everyone to report all take and get us a downed wildlife report for all take, and we've tried to convey that.
Yeah.
There are
Okay.
some permits that have not accurately reported the covered species, and that is definitely a compliance issue. But for this one, I would say I wouldn't. So to me, the only real compliance issue we have is with predator control.
Yeah.
And it can be fixed. It has to be fixed. We
Yeah.
we
Okay.
did ask all the permittees for this a year ago, and we still didn't get it. So this one has to get addressed.
Okay.
So is the committee voting on these this
Did
list
we-
of recommendations?
Okay. Well, if we're all done, then yeah, we'll
So I
need to
have,
vote.
I have one more question on one of my points, which is updating the SOS survival. Is that something that needs to be done? Or what are people's thoughts on that? I mean, it's clearly assuming a high level of survivorship that was used prior to Rain's publication. You know, that does not seem to be appropriate to continue to do.
I'll just jump in and say that I was certainly hoping that we were going to get to a point where we had better information to base this on. Andre's study is good, but it's such a small sample size. It's just really hard to. I think I had hoped that there was going to be a renewed effort to get a bigger sample size and a bigger effort out there so that we could make some more defensible decisions around this issue and have a better understanding of what that survivorship for SOS birds was relative to the birds that are coming out of the colony in any given year. I don't disagree. The information is concerning that we have right now. I think I'm still wrestling on how to best capture that and what to do with the information that we've got. If we did revise the take numbers based on that, honestly, that's a pretty major shift in the program. And I'd have to go back and actually look at what it would do, but it would have pretty significant implications for even the mitigation program.
Yes,
I
that's true, but
I know you know that.
Is this not the best available information?
It is.
I mean, I do believe that everyone's aware that there's a difference between best available and good enough to make a regulatory decision. You know, if you have a small sample size, it's only repeated, well, not really repeated. Does it paint a complete enough picture to make a 30-year permit decision based on that? Or is it something that is worth paying attention to, but doesn't quite meet that bar of making a regulatory decision?
We've had this discussion before. The 195D says best available science.
And I agree. I think the concern is what I've seen happen in some recent past meetings is the best available was a number really in the favor of lower numbers and things, right? And so, and I think we have to have the same standards. So if the best available is something that is kind of painful to implement, and we hold back saying, well, best available isn't best available, but if the best available is the easy thing to implement, we're like, well, it's the best available, best we can do. You know, that's not kind of having an equal standard. And so I think that's a bigger concern, is that if it's not the best available and we don't like the number, then let's put the effort into better numbers. But in the meantime, use the best available number, right?
That's what the law says.
I will just say that I would like to go back and refamiliarize myself with the study and just relook at exactly what it says, what the implications are, what the sample size was. I know that there was one year where, and again, I might be getting my facts wrong here, but there was one year where basically all the birds died from both the birds that were coming from the colony and the birds that were coming from SOS, and that was likely due to a weather event. But then there was another year's worth of data points, and that did show a difference between the birds that were coming out of the colony and the birds that were coming from SOS. And that's a piece that I want to go back and look at.
That makes sense. Is it worth having an agenda item on the next agenda where we essentially revisit this number? If this is something that we'd like to see across the board implemented to the potentially new standard, best available information, is it worth just having a line item where we revisit that? I think, what we've recommended is that we do that with minutes, but if we're not able to do that with the minutes due to staff capacity at the moment, then I'd like to propose it as an agenda item that we make sure and come back to, because that does seem important to revisit that, fully understand the numbers and what we're doing with them.
We could make it a separate agenda item for the next meeting, or we could go further and make it go through the process of making it a permanent interaction group.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if there are specific people who want to research that topic and delve into the literature and then report back to the rest of the committee, that would be a better use of meeting time.
We'd go through that 3-meeting process. We would need to do.
Is Linda still on? Because she might be able to.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you wanted to do a deep dive into it and you wanted people to investigate it, then a permanent interaction group would be the best way to do it. And you'd have to set up the group next meeting by framing the investigation that you want them to do. And then they would do it and then report back, and you could eventually take a action on it.
If there's just one new study, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm a scientist. I'm not trying to advise against a deep dive, but is it necessary? Or if it's just a single study, then I think just making sure it's included as part of the materials that go out for the next meeting, and it's an agenda item, and we just come together and discuss it briefly. I don't know that it needs a 3-meeting series and a whole committee separately to talk about it. I don't, at least from what's been talked about here and what Michelle expresses wanting to revisit, I don't think it's at that level. I think we just send out the study, take a look at it before the meeting, and discuss it as an agenda item. At the moment, seems adequate.
Okay.
And that's up to you guys to decide. Yeah.
Is everyone happy with that approach that Melissa recommended? And Kate's typing that in.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Okay. Just wanted to give that option.
So Lainey, just to confirm, is that something that staff or Michelle can send out, that updated study, maybe as well as whatever it was based on in the first recommendation, the original HCP recommendation, just those 2 pieces of information, and so that we have that available to review before the meeting?
Yes, staff can make that available and post it on the
We can, and just to clarify, with the original HCP, the survival was actually not based on the post-release survival, which was not really well studied yet, but it was based on the likelihood of a bird that was admitted to SOS being released in good health. So we went by SOS's total release rate, which was 88% at the time, and applied that when we were doing estimated take for lethal and non-lethal portions of every bird found.
Okay, so it was known to be likely optimistic because it was based on release data and not long-term survival data.
Right. It made
Okay.
the assumption that a released fledgling coming out of SOS had the same chances of fledgling on its own.
Okay, yeah, updated information seems important, so appreciate that being shared and added as an agenda item. Thank you.
So I actually think DLNR already has it posted, but I'll wait and see if that is the latest and greatest. That though is. Yeah, so there's one on the DLNR website. I just don't know if it's the latest and greatest.
Okay, so that's we've documented that as a upcoming agenda item. Are there any other comments or recommendations to this list, to add to this list? Because the next step will be to vote and move on.
So does someone make a motion to have a vote that this list represents our recommendations for the Sheraton?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone's okay with the list before we make a motion to vote.
I'm fine with that, but do we need to have that discussion regarding the way the numbers are credited for release prior to essentially approving this, or could we make a motion to approve it pending that discussion? Would that cover it?
I mean, this is just a list for recommendations for this one particular permit. And
Yeah, that's
things we want them to change in order to improve their implementation of the terms of their permit.
yeah, and I think what Melissa's talking about is good, but that's like outside the vote. That's a separate recommendation by the committee that we're going to move forward on, but that's not part of the vote. The vote is specific to the recommendations.
Right, and I think we just want to leave the door open that if that discussion identifies something that needs to be changed across the board for the participants, then obviously we need to leave the door open for that change to happen. So per the discussion for today, I think this addresses all of the items that were brought up today for this particular participant. And but there's that further agenda item that would need to be potentially revisited in a later week.
Yeah, and I think that, yeah, I agree. Then that's always the case. As we get more, new information, we can always, that's adaptively managed.
So if it's appropriate, I'll move to approve as written, and I really appreciate the opportunity to review and see. It's so helpful for transparency to see what you're planning on sending and to kind of take a look at the wording and see if there are things we want to add. So with that comment, I'm comfortable moving to say that this, I believe this is an accurate depiction of our discussion for today.
I'll second that. It's Lisa Spain.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, so we'll take a vote. All those in favor of moving forward with this list of recommendations?
Aye.
Kavita, Melissa, Lisa, myself, and Michelle. Okay. So we have approved this list of recommendations. Thank you. And thanks for bearing with us as we develop this new system. I'm glad to hear it's working for the committee. So that's item 3D. I think we're going to take, it's 12:02 now. I think we're going to take a lunch break. And then we'll go to item 4 and 5. How long do people need for lunch? So half an hour or is enough, or do you need a little bit longer?
Half hour is good for me.
Half hour is fine for me too.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
So come back just a little bit after 12:30, so it's 12:03 now, so like just shortly after 12:30, we'll see you back.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks,
you.
Lainey.
See you then. Like we're just waiting for Lisa and Michelle.
Hi all, I'm here. I'm just still munching, so gonna keep myself off camera for a few more minutes.
No worries.
Thanks.
Lisa, are you there? Okay, Loyal. I think we have quorum, so maybe we'll go ahead and get started on agenda item 4, which is the Hokuala agenda annual review and discussion, and Mina is going to be the presenter. So go ahead. It's so re-adjourning at 12:32.
Hello, everyone. Lainey, before I share screen, do you want me to relinquish host privilege from the Zoom so there's aren't any problems while I'm sharing screen? Because I'm not gonna be able to, I think,
yeah.
admit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, can you make like co-host? Is that?
If you're co-host, can you admit someone?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Then I'll make you co-host.
Okay.
Then now I'll share my screen. Okay, can you see the presentation? Perfect.
Yep.
So before I start going over the presentation, I would like to let the ESRC members know that yesterday DOFA staff and the service staff had the opportunity to do a meet and greet / site visit with Hokuala representatives. Our site visit, we were not able to go over and inspect the whole property, so we will be doing that later this year or later this year. In addition, from the conversations and discussions that we had and from what we saw, we feel that Hokuala is doing ongoing efforts that were not accurately reflected on their fiscal year 2022 annual report. As you can see, what I sent to you was a draft. We still haven't received a final draft of their fiscal year 2022 reporting period. We did inform this to Hokuala, and they will be making the necessary changes with our recommendations and with the ESRC recommendations. And this will also be reflective on subsequent reports that they will be submitting. Okay, so I'll continue with the presentation now. So Hokuala is a oceanfront resort that's located on the island of Kauai in Lihue. They received their ITL on April 12 of 2012 and their ITP on November 9 of 2012. The permit and license term is for 30 years. It covers approximately 625 acres, and initially it was known as Kauai Lagoons, but then it ownership was transferred to the Hokuala Association in December of 2016. One moment, please. Okay. So the following table summarizes the authorized stake and what are the covered species. So this includes the nene, the gallinule, the Hawaiian coot, the Hawaiian duck, the Hawaiian stilt, Null's shearwater, the Hawaiian petrel, and the Banram storm petrel, as well as what is the authorized take for mortality cases and for non-lethal cases. I'm going to invite the members to have open or close by the agency submittal that was posted yesterday, because a lot of the stuff that I'm gonna be presenting is on the agency submittal. So I know this table is a little bit small, and this is the same table that you have on the document that was posted yesterday. So as you can see, for fiscal year 2022, there was 11 take of coots that were lethal. And this was the highest take of the covered species that they have during this reporting period, followed by the Hawaiian gallinule with 5 lethal takes, 1 Hawaiian goose that was non-lethal, and 1 down seabird that was a Null's shearwater that was also take, but it was non-lethal. From what you can see, the cost of take was mainly due to big vehicle hits and golf ball hits. So our recommendations to the licensee are mainly revolving around ways to avoid and minimize take due to this operational activities by the resort. In addition, one of the recommendations we submitted includes corrections to the incidental take reports that we received during fiscal year 2022. And the table that you have in your hand or on your computer summarizes what are those corrections. You should see also that there's one case that's highlighted in red, and this is for a Hawaiian goose. We did have that incident was not reported to the HCP. This was a female Hawaiian goose that was injured. The on-site biologist at Hokuala communicated with the DOFA Kauai branch, and then they transported the goose to the nene to SOS, and SOS later released the bird that same day. What happened was that the on-site biologist usually communicates to the consultant, and it is the consultant that notifies the HCP staff. So another recommendation that we are making, and later in the slides, I have them summarized, and you will be able to see them, is that from now on, we are going to be communicating more directly with staff at Hokuala, especially their on-site biologist and 2 staff members, which are the operations manager and the development project management director. So that we feel that that would be a solution to minimizing reporting errors from their side to ours, and that direct communication is gonna be able to work as a way for them to immediately report to us when there is an incident, and not use a mediator to notify us of those situations, because we don't want them to obviously not notify us about the incidents. Now I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Nene activity at the resort. And these are mostly tables that you're gonna find on the draft fiscal year 22 report, and not on the agency submittal, just in case. So for fiscal year 2022, they detected 26 nests. The first was found in November 19 of 2021, and the last on February 3 of 2022. In total, 76 eggs were laid, 57 hatched. That would transmit to a 75% hatch rate, and 45 goslings fledged, producing in 79% of hatchling survival rate at the property. Now, the following table summarizes what was the fate of the nests and the eggs. As you can see, for fiscal year 2022, they had a total of 12 abandoned Nene nests, and this is something that they haven't sort of experienced, or has never been seen happen at the resort. So we would like to get the members their biological opinion on abandonment of nest by Nene. So that's one observation that we did had from prior conversations with the consultant. He did mention that the current population of Nene they have at the site, it's younger peers. So he feels that that could be one of the causes, but it is difficult for them to determine the abandonment of nest, especially at this high number. And then you can also.
So I just had a quick question. That doesn't, if 12 nests were abandoned, how could it be that only 3 eggs were abandoned? That doesn't make sense to me. Do you,
they gave us an explanation like of why the data was like that, and I don't remember exactly why, but that's something we can bring up.
Yeah, just something. Yeah, let's follow up on that, because those numbers don't make sense. Yeah,
and that can be another recommendation. We can include clarification on these numbers. Okay.
Thanks. Sorry to interrupt. But
no worries.
Yeah.
So this is on the draft annual report, and this is the unhatched Nene egg fates, and it's sort of provides more detailed information on what on each nest, the number of eggs that were unhatched, and what was the diagnosis of why it didn't hatch. So Hokuala conducted 90 bird counts during fiscal year 2022. And this were the results of the waterbird and migratory shorebird survey counts. So as you can see, at the property right now, the highest number of coots, of waterbirds came from the coots, but as you can see, there two red highlighted numbers, and that's for the gallinules. There was an error in the table, and so the gallinule numbers are not the correct ones, and that's another request that we made on this report for them to fix and give us the correct average number of gallinules that were detected in fiscal year 2022. Because right now, gallinules are sort of the predominant species at Hokuala, at the property. They also conducted waterbird nesting surveys, and this year was different from the past years because they didn't observe no Hawaiian coot nest or a Hawaiian stilt nest, but there was I believe an increase in the number of nests by Hawaiian gallinules.
Sorry to interrupt again, but there's no Hawaiian coot nests in the total, but there is one indicated in the table. So I'm not sure if that's an error in the total or an error in that.
Yeah,
side.
that would be in the table.
Okay, so that should all
Yeah,
be zero.
because and we confirmed with the consultant and the on-site biologist that
Okay.
during fiscal year 22 there were no nests by coots.
Okay, thanks.
And then now I'm going to talk a little bit about the nene hazing that occurs at the property. So on June of 2019, USDA Wildlife Service began using dogs to haze nene from the property, and till this day, hazing is conducted on a daily basis. They use 4 dogs, 4 border collie dogs on the property, and this has been effective in moving many birds away, obviously, especially nene, who in the beginning was the predominant species at the resort. Now I'll talk about a little bit about provide a status update on the minor amendment. So on May of 2020, we received from Hokuala a minor amendment request to change the name of the HCP from Kauai Lagoons HCP to Hokuala HCP. In addition, they requested that we identify the Hokuala Community Association as the licensee or permittee of their HCP, and requiring that the bond to implement the HCP be provided by the Hokuala Community Association. A joint letter from the agencies was later sent November 9 of 2020 requesting information, documentation, and citations as it regards to the legal authority to address the minor amendment that was requested. Hokuala provided that information on March 11 of 2021. And on the services side, the solicitor sent a draft partial assumption agreement to their lawyer for the Hokuala Community Association in September of 2021. And now the next step is to obtain feedback from Hokuala's legal team regarding the draft that was sent by the service. We also discussed the issue of increasing their incidental take limit for Hawaiian gallinos, because they are closely getting to their limit. And so that's another conversation that we had yesterday. And Hokuala is going to be coordinating with the agencies on trying to move forward with the increase of incidental take for the Hawaiian gallino. And now I'm going to go into the recommendations. We're going to start with predator control. So this is the information that was provided to us in the draft annual report. Not currently, but during that fiscal year, they deployed up to 26 live traps, and trapping occurred 365 days of the year. So another clarification that we want to make is that the report said up to, and then the table says live traps equal 25 traps. So there's a discrepancy in the number of traps that they used. It's between 25 and 26. However, they removed 42 cats, no dogs. They removed 7 pigs. In the past, they talked about removing bullfrogs. We need to confirm if this is something that has continued. I believe not, because it was not reported to us. And this past 2022, they removed 890 chickens from the property. So here are DOFA's recommendations as it pertains to predator control. And after I mention these recommendations, the next slide, I'm gonna open it for the committee to discuss our recommendations, and then for you to make additional recommendations as it pertains to predator control. And that's how we will do for the other aspects of the implementation of the HCP. So in fiscal year 2021, they used a total of 63 live traps. And in 2022, it was approximately 26 live traps. So that's a lot fewer traps that were deployed during fiscal year 2022. We would like Hokuala to explain in their annual reports when they obviously change the amount of traps, why is the decision on the amount of, how is the decision in the amount of traps is based? And another aspect is that for this fiscal year 2022, there was an increase in the amount of traps of trapping for cats, even though there were fewer live traps in fiscal year 2021. So we want clarification on the number of traps. We want more detailed data per day on how trapping is being done. And yeah, I think I got all the recommendations in that paragraph there. And then in past annual reports, they've stated that no mammalian predation events have been recorded. We want to clarify that this is for Nana nest. This is not for the other water birds, and applies to the other water birds. So we want to clarify that if searches or monitoring are conducted, if this is based solely on Nana nest monitoring, or it applies to other water birds that might be on the site. In addition, due to the increase in trap predators, especially for cats, and the decrease in nest activity by the other covered water bird species at the site, we are recommending that predator surveys or daily predator monitoring be implemented in order to evaluate how efficient their predator control program is right now. And this will then be used to compare it with the capture and trapping data that they collect.
Can I ask you a brief question?
Yes.
I was just curious because I know on Oahu last year, due to a major drought last year, nesting was way down. Like it impacted our ability to do some studies that we had grants for last year. And I'm just wondering if any of what we're seeing with the drop in nesting last year can be attributed to that. Did Kauai see similar impacts?
That was something that we as staff didn't brought up, and neither the consultant or Hokuala made a comment regarding that, but that is something that might have been a cause for the decrease in nest activity.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't have any data to show differences among species in response to drought, but can make some assumptions that like stilts, I know we didn't see nest a lot last year at all because there just wasn't, you know, the low shallow water and then the drawdown and all of that we typically see prior to that, and coots need that deep water and stuff. So if I would assume that drought would impact them more than the gallinules, but I don't know. Lainey, I see you unmuted, and I don't know if you have some comments on that.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the stilts, not so much the coots, but I wonder, like, given that I feel like most of the water bodies at this side are less ephemeral than what we see on Oahu, like the sites that you're talking about on Oahu that may not have been as affected. But yeah, like there may still have been some fluctuation in water levels, so it's possible. But I don't think we saw like we would have seen like complete drying out of these, because these are like golf course lakes that don't dry out. But yeah, they might have still lost some shoreline nesting habitat.
Thank you for the comments, and we are going to make sure that Hokuala receives those comments. Now I'm going to let me find a way to get out of the PowerPoint slide presentation and for me to be able to type the additional recommendations that the members have. One moment, please.
Oh, you're muted. I'm not sure if you're talking, but
Oh, thank you. Can you see my screen? And what you can see me typing, right?
yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to invite the members to discuss the recommendations that the agency placed on the submittal, and also invite the members to give their additional recommendations.
Sorry, can you maybe go back to slide 17 just so we can look at those as we're talking to you? And so one just brief thing that I saw in the report, and this is just a request for the way data are presented. I noticed that the number of eggs laid and eggs hatched, and then the number of chicks hatched and chicks fledged, and then percentages are given for each of those, but not an overall percentage of essentially survival from eggs laid through fledging. And I would just like to see a final column on that same table that shows that, because I think that's an important number. We're interested in the entire cycle of reproduction, not just the survival of the eggs and survival of chicks. I think it helps with diagnosing what's wrong to separate it out like that. You know, is it at the egg stage or is it at the chick stage that you're getting more failure, because it's different predators that impact each one. But you still need an overall survival or reproductive success metric that combines eggs and chick at the end of that table.
And you would like to see this for Nene and the other waterbird covered species?
Yep. Anytime they're reporting those numbers, it would be good to have that as a final column in the table in future reports.
Okay. I'll add that as, would we classify that as ensuring
That's just a general change, and
Okay.
it just allows us to more easily evaluate how things are doing. And I'll just note, there's been some recent successes in some wetlands where they've really paid good attention to ensuring predator removal at the sites, doing a good job with their cat trapping and removal and stuff. And they're seeing their numbers pop up above 80% survival. And so I don't think it's this, you know, impossible task that I think we've kind of treated it as for a long time. I think it is possible to achieve that with really good focus on predator control in these areas.
Okay.
I have a question. When you guys were there, did you see any cats?
No, we didn't see any cats from what we were able to cover at the Hopewell site. It's a big area, so we were not able to see all of it. They do face some challenges with cats. First of all, there's a county road that runs through the property. So not only do guests at the resort and residents of the area have access to it, but the general public outside of the property also can enter. And so from conversations that we had, it seems like the problem is about people outside of the property bringing in cats and abandoning them at the site. We're also talking about a site that it is unfenced, and so that's another challenge that they face.
Thank you.
And given those issues, again, I think there are many sites that face that very same issue, right? And so I think essentially across the board, across the islands, we have to have the mindset of if there is not a predator exclusion fence, then there has to be intensive cat removal. And so if you know that there's an abandonment issue, it's not a reason to say, well, I guess we're just going to have a lot of cats at the site. You know, it just means that there needs to be an increased and proportionate effort at removal. So 42 removed is good, but obviously there's still predation going on because there's still failure of nests and chicks. So
yes. I also do want to comment that they move the traps constantly, depending on sites where they see predators. So if they see cats, they move traps to that area. If they see other pigs, then they coordinate to trap the pig. So that's another comment I wanted to make. Any?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say regarding the general change from Melissa, I think it might be good to clarify because I think they might interpret that as well. We did provide those data, but what specifically I think Melissa was looking for was percentage of eggs that fledged.
Oh.
So if you express it that way, then they'll know what, yeah.
It's not about providing the data. The raw data are there, but just make it easy for interpretation for everyone by, what I was specifically asking for is add a column to the existing table that plainly calculates and presents that specific number.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of provide data, I would say add column to table.
Okay.
Ida wanted to talk about the slide before with the staff recommendations regarding the number of. Sorry, I know you're typing at the same time. It's hard to do two things at once. I get it. I think I think that was good. If you can go back a slide for the one about the number of traps. So are they just reporting? It looks like they're just reporting on like total number of traps. And when they've said up to 26, I agree that's not very helpful. But are they also giving? I mean, what's really important is number of trap nights.
So from what I believe, so from the table, they do report trapping days, so 365.
Well, that's not helpful either. Well, that just means 300. I'm assuming that just means 365. And that just means that they've got traps open 365 days a year. What we want to know is number of traps, like number of nights a trap was out at.
Okay.
So you'd multiply the number of traps. So it should be, if they have 26 traps out for 365 days, the number of trap nights would be 26 times 365. That's trap nights.
Okay. Yeah, we need a full understanding of the level of effort.
Yeah.
So that we can assess what 43 cats means in the relative scheme of things. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I care whether it's 25 traps or 26 traps. What I care about is whether or not the level of effort being expended is appropriate given the amount of predators that are being detected through ideally independent monitoring system or some other metric for determining success of the predator control program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, similarly, I kind of take issue with, like, in the report, they say we had no detected mammal predation events. You had 42, 43 cats removed on site. They're eating something. Unless you're doing a chick tracking method, or like where you have trackers on the chicks, or you have cameras on nests, which I don't think either of those two monitoring efforts are taking place. I don't think you can declare that there were no mammal predation events. I think that's a statement without foundation.
Was the statement that there was no mammalian predator predation events, or was that there was none that were documented?
It says, oh dear, where is this? I just saw this, sorry. We had no mammalian predation events recorded on the property during this reporting period. It's misleading.
Right.
If you're not looking for them, how can you say, of course I didn't record something, because there's not a monitoring effort that would have detected it. So I think it's misleading to say that.
Understood.
And that was one of our recommendations that we make, that they clarify that specifically, because this statement has been made on prior reports, and so we want to stop them from making that statement, because if you're not monitoring, it's really difficult to determine that there have been no mammalian predation events. But from prior conversations, I understand that this is solely referring to the fate of the nene nest or eggs.
Yeah.
But that's something that they need to clarify.
No, so on page 23, under predation, it says we had no mammalian predation events recorded on the property during this recording period. It also says in the second paragraph, under trapping and predator control efforts, it says, as noted above, has not had a mammal predation event in year. So they're both claiming no detections and they're claiming no events, which both are inaccurate.
Yeah, and even if they're just referring, like talking about nene nests, monitored nene nests, like actually recording a predation event is really difficult unless you've got, like Melissa said, cameras, and even then it's not easy. The cameras have got to be at, 24/7 operational, and that's actually quite difficult. So
yeah, even if they're 24/7, they don't always catch it, right? So we've got 3 million photos of nests, and of the photos of, like, you'll have 4 eggs in one photo and 3 eggs in the nest next, and you don't necessarily catch them. But we do show that the number of cat and mongoose on other islands and rat detections is highly correlated with nest failure. So if you're detecting them on camera, you typically see nest failure. You may not catch them actually eating the thing. But basically what we've seen is if a cat discovers a nest, if they come within field of view of the camera in the nest, you get total nest failure. So they actually eat all the eggs, which is kind of crazy. I don't think of cats as eating eggs, but they do.
Wow. Okay. Can you go back to the table that about the nest fate?
For Nene or because I
the
think
one
that's
that I had. Hang on, let me see. I can't see it. Can you click on it so I can? Further back, I think. Yeah, this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to get my head around. I understand why you can have eggs that fail to hatch without having nests that fail to hatch. And same thing, like, one egg could get smashed in a nest, but the nest itself is not smashed completely. But I And you said there was questions about the high, 12 nests failed, which is almost half. But that doesn't, I can't understand how you could have such high nest failure and not have, and only have 3 eggs fail. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, we should, you mentioned that there was a reason for that, so I'm really interested to hear that.
Yeah.
And then do they monitor fledging? Is it?
There. Okay.
Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, sorry, I'm having computer issues. So eggs laid, 76 eggs were laid, 75% of them hatched. Okay, and I think this is what Melissa was asking about, number of eggs that fledged, rather than breaking it down by stage. So of the set, we want to know, of those 76 eggs, how many goslings fledged?
Yeah, and I would just say, in my opinion, it shouldn't be in place of, but in addition to. So it's useful to understand number of eggs hatched. It's useful to understand the mortality that occurs once they hatch. But overall, we care about, out of the eggs laid, which is a reproductive effort by a pair, right? How many actually made it to fledge a chick? We would love to actually know recruitment, which is what matters the most, right? Because those juveniles are sometimes a little dumb and more easily killed. But yeah, this is a reasonable effort. I think it just needs to have that combined statistic.
And then can you go to the next slide?
This one?
Yeah, how come the numbers are different? Sorry. It said 76. Wait, hang on, go back again.
Oh, let me see if it was okay.
76 eggs, so 26 nests, that makes sense. But then total eggs, I think maybe that's an error. It should be 76, not 46.
Okay, let me check one moment to see if it was. I went to verify that it was not an error on my side.
The numbers in the table look correct. Number of eggs adds up to 76, but I think that total eggs, I think maybe that's just a typo. It should be 76, not 46.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a mistake on my part.
Okay, no worries. But
yeah,
the table looks correct. Like the numbers within the table adds up.
Because on the draft report, it's 76.
Ah, okay.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back. Any other recommendations? And did I capture correctly everything?
Are you going to add in the oh, so right, this is additional, so it's the ones on the previous slide plus these ones, is that right? Those are the staff recommendations.
Yes.
Yeah, and so it's
this is
and these are more are the staff recommendations compliance or
it's difficult for me to sort of determine that at the moment
Yeah,
right
maybe
now.
that, I was sort of thinking that's more of a question for the committee. If they think these are compliance level issues or not.
Yeah, to me, just the wording of that second bullet is too soft. It's clear that no monitoring was conducted that would actually determine whether predation events occurred. So it's inaccurate to claim that no mammalian predation events occurred. So I wouldn't be so soft on that. I would just be very direct. It's inaccurate to state that, and they shouldn't claim it.
Right.
I agree.
Lainey, sorry, I'm just gonna jump in. I have to step away to another meeting for about 30 minutes. I just wanted to let everybody know. And I'll be-
Okay. Thanks. And I had a reminder from Linda that if you can leave your cameras on, like, so that we can see that if we have quorum. Thanks.
So forgive me on this one, but I can't remember on this HCP, are they required to monitor mammalian predation events?
So this is an old HCP.
Right.
I have it open right now.
Because if it's not required, then we can say it's one thing that they should do, but
Yeah, or at least stop claiming that there's no mammalian predation. and
Right,
then not
right.
monitoring
Right.
for it.
Gosh, apparently I'm now old. We'd have to go back to the actual wording of the HCP to determine this one. I think it says something to the effect of they will monitor water bird populations on the property, which, you know, might be inclusive of predation events, but probably not called out specifically. I'll see if we can go back and look at the language.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea, because otherwise I'm not sure it's fair to say that it's out of compliance.
Okay, so I have the HCP open right now. On page 68, it says that under this HCP, it says Kauai Lagoons, but it would be Hokuala, will deploy 10 live traps in the property, most frequented by waterbird covered species from September to March. And we'll check them every 48 hours. Cats will be delivered to the Kauai Humane Society. So it doesn't specify if there needs to be an increase in the amount of trapping.
Mary, can you look and see if they specifically have any requirements for monitoring water birds?
Okay.
It would probably be under the mitigation plan. Because in this case, recall that the mitigation for their take of water birds from golf balls and golf carts and such is their on-site predator control and active management of those water bird populations.
So it says that ongoing monitoring of management effort, bird presence, nesting, recruitment, predator control, and incidental sake of the covered species. So I don't know if you're specifically referring to that. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not sure if I would call it a compliance issue, but I do think that this information is necessary.
Okay.
And sorry, the way the HCP was written, it specified the number of traps.
Yes.
Seems a little bit odd. I mean, what we're interested in is that there should be complete minimization of predators at the site. Specifying a number of traps seems a little bit odd, because it has no meaning.
Yeah.
You know, in the real world, like sometimes you need more, sometimes you need less. It's really surprising.
I think 10 was a starting point. And this
Okay.
was 15 years ago. And then
Ah.
in the adaptive management section, it said that the number of traps would be modified based on the needs and the monitoring, except
Hmm.
Yeah.
And it
Okay.
seems with the increase in cats, that seems that is a needed modification to increase that effort,
Okay.
assuming that's, again, I'm really interested to know when they say they've got X number of traps, does that mean all of those traps are active all the time? Or do they mean we've got X number of traps and I'm glad to hear they move them around. That's really good. But it also means that those traps are on and offline as they move them. So that's why we need to have that number of trap nights.
agreed, Lainey. And Layla just found the section for me. Thank you, Layla. It's section 4.5.4 of the HCP, and it says, as part of the comprehensive NANE monitoring described above, the on-site biological monitors will also record information about all observed covered water bird species on the resort property on a weekly basis between September 15th and ending on March 31st of each year, and on a monthly basis from April through August. This will include observations and data regarding water bird numbers, nest locations, and where possible, the number of eggs laid, eggs hatched, and goslings fledged, as well as all reported mortalities. All data collected will be entered into a database that will be included in the annual HCP implementation and monitoring report.
So are they? I'm not sure if they're doing that level of monitoring, especially of numbers, like on a weekly basis.
Yeah, so I think that would be the recommendation, right? Of go back to the wording of the HCP and make sure that their monitoring program is meeting the needs as identified in the document.
Okay.
And that it is being collated and transmitted to the agencies as part of their annual report.
Yeah, I think I have one for monitoring here.
Okay.
So I'll add this, and I'm gonna refer to that section.
4.5.4.
Okay. Is that okay? Do we need to add any more details? And this is under monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe implement monitoring plan as specified or something.
Agreed, Lainey.
Is there anything we are requesting as far as looking at why there were no nesting of those other species and whether there's any kind of water control that can be done to address them?
We need Hopewell on the phone, but I do not believe that there's water, that there is any ability to modify the water. There's a couple of ponds where they can move the water between the ponds, but not raise or reduce the water levels. They just don't have pumps.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, as long as we just keep an eye on this, maybe just stick a pin in it for next year that if we note that there's been a substantial change, and there's some weird cases where things just decide not to nest in a place in a given year. And I know there was one site where like 200 coots showed up in a year, right? So they just randomly move around, and that's not in the control necessarily of the participant.
Yeah, there could be another wetland. They decide, oh, that's much better, and go use that instead, which is completely out of the control of what's happening here.
I don't totally remember the details on this, but I know that at one point there was I think it was Koi Dofa concluded that the birds were going back and forth between Niihau and Kauai lagoons. Does anyone remember this? And so on years where it was really good on Niihau, they were staying over there, and on years where Niihau didn't have great wetlands, they were mostly at Kauai lagoons. But that's the direction that they were going back and forth on. But I can't remember where that
I think I
information
read
came
that in the
from.
recovery plan.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll
no,
take a
there
look.
was some kind of, no, yeah, you're right. There was some kind of tracking study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
and
was
they-
with transmitters, because otherwise they wouldn't have
Yeah.
known where they were on Niihau.
Exactly, yeah, yeah.
Miranda, can we go back up to the trapping piece? I was a little bit, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that comment of increase the number of traps. Because I'm not sure if that's necessarily what we're trying to get at. I mean, it may well need additional traps, but that's not the
Okay.
post. The goalpost is making sure that the trapping program is adequate to meet the needs, the changing needs of the populations on the ground.
Is it reasonable to ask them to institute some sort of monitoring to determine whether there are still cats in the area and they need to increase the effort? Because I mean, they could potentially maintain the same number of traps, but just have some sort of monitoring in place to ensure that they're not detecting predators, right?
So one of our recommendations is that they implement a predator monitoring program. Is that along the lines of your recommendation?
I think it's about pairing the amount of traps as an adaptive management response. Sorry. As an adaptive management response to detection of predators in the area. So how do you know if you need to increase the traps or what level you need to increase the traps to, unless you know how many predators are left on the property? And this is a general comment that we've been trying to make across the board, is it doesn't matter how many mongoose or cats or rats or whatever you remove from a site. What matters is the number that remain, right, that are causing a problem. What matters is the predation on the animals. And so if you have no monitoring in place to determine, A, are there predators present? B, are there predators taking eggs from nests? C, are there predators taking chicks? Then you have no way to know whether your predator removal is adequate.
Okay.
It's all a guess in the dark. So maybe specifically ensuring compliance, making sure that the trapping program is adequate to meet the changing needs of the populations of covered species through monitoring of predators at the site and or egg or chick predation. Something like that, but I'll see if any other committee members want to add something or modify that.
I guess, do we really need to know that? Like if I worry about, you know, nest monitoring is potentially just risky. Would knowing, is it enough just to know that there's predators on site, or do we really need to demonstrate that predators are eating, that are depredating nests?
It already says that they're checking the nests. I mean, that's the only way they know how many eggs there are, right? So they're already checking the nests. It's actually less of an impact. That's why we use cameras for our studies. It's less of an impact to have a camera out that you only disturb the nest once and stick the camera out And then you have to check it for batteries and SD card capacity every couple of weeks. But that's a whole lot less than checking it daily or every couple of days.
That's true.
More importantly, if they're still seeing pretty high percentage loss of eggs, pretty high percentage loss of chicks, that's another indicator that you still have predators at the site. And if they simply use that as a metric to increase their predator trapping efforts, that's fine too. What's important to me is that you get some sort of relationship between how you determine your trapping effort and the impact that you see on the resource that we care about.
Mhm.
So would another recommendation be the possibility of implementing game cameras or another type of monitoring at the site, especially for the nests?
I fully recognize, because my team does this, that it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of time and a lot of resources, both to do those things and then to review the data and then decide what to do about it. So again, if they're simply increasing, going, hey, we're still getting loss of eggs, we're still getting loss of chicks, we should probably increase our trapping and removal effort. I'm okay with that too. The point is, like, oh, it says 10, we do 10, I don't think is adequate. And having just a random choice about number of traps or trap nights or whatever, I don't think is good. I think there needs to be some sort of resource-based data that drive your decision. Again, I recognize game cameras are they can be an intensive monitoring tool, not as intensive as chick tracking or something like that. But if you're not going to do that, then at a minimum, increase your trapping effort when you see that you're getting chick loss and egg loss.
Right.
So remember that in this case, like, the reason why they are doing predator control is to meet their mitigation requirements. And it should always be tied back to those mitigation requirements. And without having the HCP in front of me, I can't remember exactly what those are, but like when I use the word adequate in this bullet, what I'm saying is adequate to ensure that we are meeting the mitigation requirements that they sign, that are in their HCP and their permit.
And one thing that would be nice in the report is if they showed us the population trends over time.
That was one of our other comments.
Yeah, because if they like started with, say, a really low number of, now Nene will be very different, right? But for the other species, if they start with low numbers and they've now built them up to larger numbers, then that's pretty good, right? Because they've had an overall net increase in benefit. And if that meets what they needed to do for the HCP, then that should be fine, right?
Yes.
Even if it's not optimal, if they did what they needed to do, as Michelle said, then that would be good enough.
Okay. I'm gonna add that under monitoring. Sorry, I don't know what happened to my cursor. It doesn't appear on my screen. And so I'm having a little bit of difficulty.
So this is one of those things that I think Reggie would have known off the top of his head.
Yes.
Right.
Does that cover your recommendation, Loyal?
I would say that it should be from the time of the permit to now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I just wanted to check, I see a lot of slides. We're gonna, and I know we've been moving around back and forth, because we've been coming up with different things. Are we gonna be able to go through each one of these with the staff recommendations and then additional ESRC recommendations?
I feel like we can. I think predator control trapping it was going to be the most extensive one. That's why I put it first. The other one is regarding staff training, outreach, lighting. So I do feel we can be able to finish.
Okay, but I don't think we've gone through all these yet. I
Yeah,
see them.
We
There's a
have.
lot.
So how do we want to proceed? Do we finish our comments on predator trapping and we can move on to staff training?
Is that the next one?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I guess if the
So just just go back to the comment that Melissa was talking about inaccurate statements. I just think to be very clear and concise, and my recommendation would be to refrain from claims that are not supported by data. Example, this statement. Just straight, clean, strong.
Sorry. Is that good, Kawika?
And you could say IE claiming and then combine it with the one above it, claiming no.
Okay.
Because I think those two are, is that what?
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you had in mind, Kavika?
Thank you.
So if there are any more further comments, I'll pass on to staff training. Okay, so during fiscal year 2022, 53 classes were held and 263 employees were trained. During our site visit, we were able to see sort of like the place where they give the training. We were provided with hard copies of the training module, and they also have a TV that presents the PowerPoint presentation. So when they're offering the trainings, they have the presentation on ATV, and then they also provide hard copies to all of the attendants of that training.
Sorry, that number just seems really high. I'm surprised. So they held like a little over one class per week?
Yeah, they, and the on-site biologist is, from the conversations we had, they're given classes on a frequent basis, because I believe, I don't know, we can maybe check into it. So every time there are new employees, those employees cannot start working until they've received the training on endangered species.
Okay, so I mean, it's presented, training module is presented on a screen TV. So is that just like, I mean, like, for example, I have to do all kinds of trainings with the university. I just log on independently and I just click through them, and then I take a little quiz, and then I'm in compliance for the year, right? Is this like they individually basically 53 employees each individually watched that on-screen TV, or did they actually physically hold 53 classes with like a bunch of people sitting there?
53 classes.
Wow. Okay, so these people should be like waterbird experts by now.
They're really from our site visit yesterday, both the on-site biologist and the development and operations director, they showed a good sense of like caring for the waterbird, for the endangered species at the site. And so it looks like they take their trainings really seriously. And so one thing that was not mentioned on the report is that this training lasts for 1 year. So they give refreshers once that year is completed. But one of our recommendations is that future on this report and on the future reports, they provide a log of the amount of people that are receiving the trainings and what type of training they are receiving. Because from what I gather, it's different type of training, for example, that the golfers receive versus other associates at the resort, golf starters and golf marshals. Does anybody have any other questions regarding the staff training before I start discussing recommendations?
I have a comment similar to, putting out a trap every night or something. We need to know efficacy. So you can show a video 53 times to somebody who's sleeping. It doesn't mean they're gonna actually learn anything and implement it. So like Melissa was saying, if there's some kind of I don't know, quiz or something or questionnaire to make sure that they actually
Did you really well.
internalized.
Making all kinds of snarky remarks here. They didn't review.
So anyway, that's my recommendation.
Okay, does that fall along the lines of our recommendation where we want them to sort of report on the extent on which personnel are reporting situations of concerns to the on-site construction and biological monitors?
Well, I was talking about the training specifically.
Okay, okay. Kawika, do you want me to add anything else to that, or? Sorry, it's difficult for me to write and capture everything.
I don't want to wordsmith too much here. I think that needs to be fleshed out so that it's clear what they need to do, and doesn't just end up being a back and forth. What do you mean by this? And then we have to reply. But I'll trust you guys to be a little bit more clear. I'm worried that this wordsmithing is just taking really long. So
Yeah,
we should move it on.
Okay.
I
Okay.
agree.
So do you want me to continue to outreach then?
Yeah, I'll just note for future things, I think it was super helpful in the previous one that the letter had already kind of been written. And so we were just able to add in a few things here and there, which was really useful. This format is a little bit more difficult to go item by item. But as far as like with the education and outreach, what would matter as far as education. Like, you don't want people to step on nests, you don't want people to disturb nests, you don't want people to, and if they see a cat, you want them to report it, right? So I think if we saw the basic elements of the things that are really important in those trainings, that's what would be important, right?
Okay.
Folks know those things.
Noted. Okay. So if it's okay with everyone, I can continue with the outreach section of the HCP. I guess that's a
Yes,
yes.
go ahead.
Okay, so this during fiscal year 2022, they started incorporating a new strategy for outreach. So they are doing what they call nature tours, and that includes talking about the endangered species that are at the site and other wildlife that they've found there, and vegetation, and just educating the public about protecting the covered species. So during fiscal year 2022, 51 bird and nature tours were led by the on-site biologists, and 235 guests and local residents participated from it. And from conversations yesterday, the residents seem to be really happy with those tours that were given. In addition, golf course starters, these are the ones that must clear every golfer before they proceed onto the course. They are required to inform the golfer about the potential presence of the covered species. And then at the start of the course, there's an educational sign that lists every covered species and talks a little bit about them and the importance of protecting them. I will be showing an image of that sign soon. And so on the right side, you're going to see our recommendations. We want a more detailed description of what those nature tours consist of and what are the protocols they are following. We also are going to try and schedule doing another site visit where we have the opportunity to participate of that nature tour to see how it is like and how the public reacts to it. We also requested they provide copies of the brochures and the materials that the guests use. That was given to us yesterday in form of hard copies. If the members want, I can send you a scan of the hard copies via email if requested. We're also gonna be coordinating with them to evaluate and make improvements to the current outreach program that is targeted to the golfers, because one of the main causes of tick at the facility is golf ball hits. So that's something that we want to address. And then finally, this was not, it says new because it was not included on the agency submittal, but every golf cart has a GPS system installed, and it's really interesting how it works and how they're implementing that technology currently at the site. that was not included on the annual report or spoken of or included in the annual report. I believe it's something, I may be wrong, that hasn't been spoken of before. So if it's good with everybody, I would like to share a video of what this tool is, just in case you're not familiar with this type of technology.
Yeah, is it a short, I know we've got a lot to get through, so is it a short video?
2 minutes. Is
Okay.
that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, please. Okay, I know this is a promotional video. We're not promoting the use of this. We just want to give the members an idea of what the system does and how Hokuala is incorporating it at their site. And tell me if if you're able to hear the video.
When you clicked share screen, did you check the boxes, optimize for video and optimize for sound?
No.
Okay, then you need to do that before you start playing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Melissa, where exactly is that we do that?
When you
Sorry.
click on share screen and the box pops up for selecting which screen you wish to share, there should be on the very bottom of that graphic user interface, there should be 2 boxes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
One of the things we're looking for here at the Cliffs is a premium golf cart experience. And by combining the E-Z-GO Elite vehicle with the fleet management program, we get the best of both worlds. My name is Brad Fowler, and I'm the Director of Golf here at the Cliffs at Kiwi Vineyards. We were a little nervous about what the fleet management program might look like and might feel a little bit more public or resort. But it doesn't at all. The imagery and the contrast on the screen, the high definition is remarkable. And I think it's also something when we're looking to separate ourselves from other private clubs, it's something that we have that many other private clubs don't. The first immediate benefit was knowing where everybody was at any given point in time. Instead of having a staff member out looking around the golf course just constantly checking pace of play, we already have an overview of that through TFM. So what we're able to do with that staff member is really zone in on personal items. So when they stop and visit a group, instead of worrying about chasing up to the next group to find out where they are, we're able to spend time with them. We're able to do a lot more service-oriented items on the golf course than we were before. I'd say there's another member service benefit, and it really zones in on having some fun with our members by programming some of the messages that they can report. One of the messages we use is report a hole-in-one. So they tap that on the screen, all of a sudden we know that there's a hole-in-one. We can prepare our bar and service staff. There could be extra celebrations and extra consumption in the clubhouse after play, as well as go ahead and facilitate some fun on the golf course by visiting with that member and actually having their hole-in-one award ready for them to pick up when they complete the round. It definitely has an impact on some of the things that we can do.
Okay, now I'm gonna share the presentation again. Okay, so that gives you a better idea of the system that they're using, and basically, we got the opportunity to see the program and see how it works, and so they've used this program to, for example, if there's an NNS near one of the golf cart paths, they put signs, and every time a golf cart is going near that area, it automatically sends a message to the golfer to please be careful. There's a nest near that area, or there's endangered other endangered species in the area. And then you can also set a speed limit on the golf cart. So basically, it gives you the warning. It indicates the speed limit allowed in that area, and if you go over that speed limit, you your golf cart shuts down. So those are efforts that they are incorporating as part of their outreach, and in a way to avoid impacts to the species. So they're going to be improving and customizing the use of that GPS and fleet management system to reach out to the golfers more directly.
That's cool, although I don't understand what the recommendation is.
Because they're currently using it for like advice, like making warnings for nest primarily.
Yeah.
But they're gonna verify if they can use the system to inform the golfers of if there are species in the area that they shouldn't like golf, or they should be extremely careful, like be more consistent in the use of the program so they can reduce the amount of strikes by golf balls to other to the water birds.
So the recommendation is to continue developing the system to reduce strike.
Yes.
Okay.
Do the members have any questions or would like to proceed with making additional recommendations?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
Folks.
I guess that's no. So I'll proceed with the signage part. So they have a 14-mile-per-hour rule, and there's signage all over the resort indicating of the speed limit. They would be also constructing a new entrance, and there's gonna be a large sign that says Wildlife Conservation Area. We have requested that they provide more details regarding this project and the concept regarding the Wildlife Conservation Area. In total, they have 38 endangered species signs, and that table summarizes what each sign is. However, because one of the problems is vehicle strikes, we're recommending that they consider, if possible, decreasing the speed limit overall at the property.
do they have like a bunch of, I think I remember they have speed bumps and things like traffic
Yes.
management.
They have a
um,
they have a total of 5 speed bumps, and we discussed maybe considering installing speed bumps in areas that frequent vehicle strikes occur.
hmm,
So that's another thing they're gonna Hokwala it will be looking into.
mhm. Okay.
And that's primarily ducks, yes. For
Um,
hikes.
Coots and Gallinos.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Not Nene?
No.
Hmm.
So that's one of the observations we made. Most of their signage is targeted towards Nene because initially the predominant species was Nene, but
Yeah.
now is more Gallinos
Mhm.
and Coots. So we recommended that they diversify their signage and include pictures of the other waterbird species that are in the area.
Mhm. Okay.
So this is an photos of the signage that's currently on site. Examples. And as you can see, most of the signs that they have for Nene crossing and slow down is for Nene. So we
Yeah.
are recommending that they diversify their signage for the other waterbird species.
And sorry, just for clarification, so I know you presented all of the reproduction data, but this is kind of the other side of it is direct mortality, right? So it sounds like there's mortality due to golf ball strikes and there's mortality due to car strikes, right? There's
Yes.
those two things. And so this is the effort to try to reduce car strikes. Yeah, interesting. Okay. I mean, other than putting in more speed bumps or roundabouts or different things like that, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause
So
honestly, I don't know if adding, I think the signs are, it says, slow down wildlife crossing, then it has a picture of a Nene, like putting a picture of a Gallinule instead isn't gonna change anything. But I like Melissa said, I think like actual traffic management,
okay.
like I think,
Mhm.
I mean, more signs would be great, and
Yep.
I don't think it really matters what bird is on the sign, personally, but I feel like if there's areas which are particularly problematic, then the only real solution is speed bumps or other, those roundabout things where you have to slow down and go through a funny S bend and stuff like that is the way.
Well,
to
and
go.
there are other things too, right? So
Yeah.
like if the birds are being attracted to a spot where they shouldn't be, then
Mm.
you need to remove the thing that is attracting them. So, or if they're trying to get between pond A and pond B and there just happens to be a road in the way, then, I don't know what the possible solution is. I don't know if the number of strikes that we're seeing are that confined to specific locations, but if there are, it is worth the agencies doing a site visit to really look at those specific spots and seeing if there's anything further that can be done other than traffic management that would reduce the likelihood of birds being in that area.
Mhm.
And we've seen that a lot in the national parks with Nene. We've seen that a lot and over on the over by Minot Plain. Like I think that we probably need to look at what is attractive in that specific location.
Mhm.
There's also, I think, sorry, I don't know if you mentioned this, Michelle, fences on either side can be effective. It doesn't have to be a tall fence, just one that keeps them from just wandering across the road, right? Forces them to kind of fly if they're going to go over that area.
Yeah, I think they've used that in a couple of spots. So could be helpful. again, depending on the situation, I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah, I've heard of it for gallinules because they tend to, yeah, like run between places and rather than fly.
Yeah, and that's one of the comments that they made. Sometimes the gallinule is close to the road area, but it's not on the green areas, and then you're driving your car and suddenly they just run towards the road.
Yeah, like
So
a rail. Yeah.
Yeah, so in those cases, a low fence would help, right? So I'm picturing kind of like, you would expect there would be a lot of gallinule strikes on like Hamakua Road in Kailua or something like that, but you've got that fence along that corridor, which kind of prevents things from just darting across the road like that. I know at the crosswalks, they still get some hits, but it does, I think, reduce it in an area where you otherwise would be getting a lot of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And sorry, instead of across roads, I would say alongside roads.
oh, sorry. If we don't have any additional comments, I can proceed with lighting.
Yeah.
Okay. This one's speed bumps, but we already talked a little bit about it. Okay, so before they redesigned the property, they did a light audit. They worked with the engineers to make sure that the facility was dark sky complying and that the lighting was seabird friendly. In addition, they told us they do light audits every year. So we would like to, in this report and then in the next annual reports, see the results of those light audits and what were the improvements or changes that were made at the property. And so we are also going to coordinate with Hokuala before the start of the next down sewer season, doing on our side a light audit inspection of the facility. Do we have any additional recommendations regarding lighting?
What was their take this past year?
So for fiscal year 2022, they only had one, for covered species, one null shearwater.
And they reported it and brought it in on time. It was a non-lethal.
Yeah,
handed over
non-lethal.
to SOS.
Yeah, non-lethal.
And was
Well-
the area that the bird came down a known trouble spot where they've had birds down in the past?
That's difficult for me.
It's okay.
To
There
say at the
used to be the the newer-ish buildings out by the cliff. Those used to be the problem spot where most of the birds were coming down. I know they have retrofitted all of those lights and put on new window shades on those buildings. Unless there's a known hotspot, I would say that these recommendations are sufficient and I wouldn't have anything further specific to add.
Okay. I'll make here. Okay. And then for monitoring, besides the recommendations that were made early, for construction monitoring, we want more details regarding the results of the monitoring that they do for the construction activities, and indicate when a second full-time biologist at the site would be hired. These are recommendations mainly for construction activities. If there are any other recommendations regarding general monitoring, or if we're good, I can proceed with take reporting, and that would be the last one.
Sounds good, Myrna. Thank you.
As mentioned before, during fiscal year 2022, there was one incident that was not reported to DOFA, to DOFA and the service. But from now on, we will be contacting in more communications with Hokwala directly, and the on-site biologist would be notifying the HCP staff of any incidents at the site. We also requested they update their past incident reports, and this is gonna be like an interagency effort between service and DOFA. We're gonna be revising our databases and all the incidental reports that we have. There's a small discrepancy between both our databases, so we just want to make sure that we have our numbers are consistent with each other. Any additional recommendations regarding take reporting?
This is Lisa. I just kind of noted that it seemed like some of the reporting maybe went to DOFA Kauai. And they're supposed to report to DOFA HCP. For a lot of people, the difference between that is like not well understood. So especially if there's new staff coming on or staff that are familiar with the DOFA branch, I think also having good communication between the HCP team at DOFA admin and DOFA Kauai would be really important as well. So these kinds of things don't get missed. If say DOFA Kauai they think they're doing the right thing by going there.
Okay, I'm gonna put that as a recommendation to DOFA in general, because I do get your point. They do report to DOFA Kauai.
And I imagine because they're on island, there's relationships there that are kind of easy, and they think they're fulfilling their reporting needs, but don't know that admin isn't necessarily connected there.
This is to be fast, because I know we've been taking a lot of time. So that was the last of our agency recommendations. Do members have any additional recommendations, and are we ready to go into voting?
Let's vote.
Okay. I'll second.
Okay.
So everyone got their cameras on?
And sorry, what is the motion?
Motion is to approve the list of recommendations that Mina presented.
Okay. And it's been seconded.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, everyone raise their hands or virtual hand.
This is Lisa Spain, aye.
And Kavika?
Because I,
Aye, okay, that's unanimous. So that was a vote at 221. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your recommendations and thank you for your patience
Thanks, Mina.
and trying this new system with taking the notes on screen.
Yeah, I know it's really difficult to manage a presentation and take notes at the same time. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate that.
And so, Laney, also, if I could see the overall trends on the birds, then I would say whether or not I thought it overall had been an effective HCP in meeting, conservation goals. In other words, I know the nene probably have gone down over time with the hazing, right? As expected. But if the other ones are going up, then I'd say, yeah, it's probably an effective HCP. But I don't know that because I haven't seen the numbers.
Good point. We just have the nest, had those nest numbers. Okay, we'll incorporate that as well. Okay. Do you want a short? We got one more. We've got the next agenda item, which is the discussion regarding election of ESRC chair. I don't know how long that's going to go. Do you guys want a short break? Or do you want to keep going? I might need a short bathroom.
Why don't we offer like a 3 to 4 minute bathroom and coffee refill break for folks who need it, and then restart.
Okay,
Good
I
plan.
agree. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and finish up. Thank you. Hi, when the committee members come back, can you turn your cameras on? Thanks. Hi, Kavika.
I do have my son at home with me now.
I'm sorry.
I have my son at home with me now, so there is
Oh.
some in the room
Thank you.
occasionally.
Thanks. Thanks, Loyal.
Lisa's here.
Thanks, Lisa. Michelle, you there? Oh, there's Michelle. Okay, let's go to item 5. It's 2:29. Yeah, okay. So the next agenda item is a discussion regarding election of the ESRC chair and vice chair positions. So as Kavika pointed out, that there's no official chair in this committee. We've kind of gone to having the DLNR representative as the de facto chair in recent years, although I think maybe in the past it was rotated around. I'm not sure. That was before my time. I was just wondering, Linda, we checked with you and you had a comment regarding what to do in the instances where there's no official chair position and who that should be.
So, there's nothing in the statute that says who should be the chair of the ESRC. And so normally for boards and commissions where there is no stated chair, it would be the members who would vote on who would elect a chair and a vice chair if that was their choice.
Thanks. And Linda, could you please clarify what the duties of the chair and vice chair would be in this committee?
Well, generally the chair of the committee would be to run the meeting and set the agenda. And then the duties of the vice chair would be to serve in the absence of the chair.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to clarify. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we're open for discussion.
Make a motion that Loyal Mayorhoff be our chair.
He thought he had friends. I rotate off the committee here pretty soon, I think. So I'm sure that would make sense.
I do have that in my mind. I think, Loyal, with your experience, you would, since we haven't had the chair before, I think you would really help to set the tone of what the chair needs to be. So.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, anyway, I made a motion. We'll see if anybody seconds.
But can I just add something before we go to that? I want to say, like, there is a lot of work that goes on, preparing for the meetings and working with the staff. So whoever takes this on is going to need to be able to commit to that amount of time before and after the meetings. It's not just the meeting itself. I'm sure you're all aware of that, but I just wanted to.
Thank you. And one of the reasons why I nominated Loyal, because he does have a laundry list of things that he wants to see get done. And I think if he's in the chair position, he could make sure those do get on agendas before he cycles off. Not that I don't love you, Loyal, just think it would be good.
And I think before providing a second, I would want to know that Loyal actually wishes for the position.
If it was last year, I would have said yes, but this year, since I'm rotating off, and it's also harder for me to do the connections with the DOPA staff, I think it probably wouldn't be a really good idea. But I appreciate the consideration.
Okay, I withdraw my motion, but I know, Loyal, you had a whole laundry list of things you wanted to see get done. So please do whoever we elect chair to make sure they get agendized and get turned off.
Yeah, so I think it is good to have somebody who's got a little easier access to the staff in particular.
And
Thanks.
And we absolutely welcome, like, Loyal, please reach out to the staff, if you've got things that you want to see done. I know that, it comes up in meetings and we we're trying to do a lot in the meeting. I know the staff is, trying to, these meetings are a lot of work, and I recognize that we're not always on top of things, fully acknowledge that. But, please feel free to reach out to the HCP staff. If you've got, I don't know, you've got certain things, you already mentioned a few. If you can just reach out to them directly, and we'll do our best to get those onto the agendas. We do have a big, we've got a lot of meetings coming up, just to forewarn the committee. If we're going to get through this list, it means more meetings, more things to review and comment on and prepare for the committee. So it is going to be a large workload for the committee to get through these things. So we'll do our best, and it depends on it. Yeah, I know that you've been on the committee a long time, and fully, you want to see these things through. I recognize that. I do too. But it's going to depend on the committee as a whole to be able to find the time to meet and prepare. And as well as the staff time to prepare for the meetings.
I have followed Loyal for a long time and would gladly follow him again here. But in this case, this is one where I don't really think that there is a reasonable option other than DOFA to be the chair. And I say that because they are the ones that direct the staff. They are the ones that are doing the culmination of all the information. They are the ones that are allocating resources and staff time to putting together the meeting minutes and actually routing them for approval. And I don't think that any of the rest of us, myself included, could direct the staff to do those things on our behalf. That being said, I think the vice chair, or not the vice chair, but the assistant chair could help direct a lot of the agenda items and help put together kind of the strategy by which we make our way through these topics, and could help with tone setting for the meetings and making sure that we're organized enough to make good use of our collective time. So my recommendation would be to formally have DOFA be the chair of the committee, but then to talk a little bit about what we would like to see as the role and duties of the vice chair. Is it vice chair? What are we saying?
Vice chair.
Vice chair on the agenda, yeah.
Yeah.
And how that person could support in helping set the tone and direction and strategy for the meetings.
And this is Lisa. I would agree with you, Michelle. I think it's really difficult for anybody but DOFA to really be in the chair spot on this. I think the challenge that we've seen over the past few years was some different faces coming through that DOFA spot. So I think with Lainey here now, I feel that we have a more consistent presence. So I'm appreciative of that. And I think, the idea of having the second chair or vice chair be someone that can help DOFA with that. I think it would be, I know I wouldn't have the time to be the chair. I just can't commit that kind of, if I was retired, maybe.
Yeah, we would certainly welcome the help.
And
Well-
just for clarification,
Linda.
the agenda item is to be to discuss the election of a chair and vice chair, but not to actually vote on a chair and vice chair this time. So,
Okay.
so we should hold off on nominating people, but think about if you wanted to do a formal election, which was the real reason for the discussion, and then I think appropriately the role of the chair and vice chair respectively.
Yeah, I have some things to say. Michelle, I'm not sure that I share your concerns, because the list of duties that you rattle off aren't the ones that Linda said are the duties of the chair. I think there are differentiations between staff and chair. And I think maybe you're conflating those as the same thing. I also have concerns that the DOFA being the de facto chair, that a lot of things haven't actually happened that we've been asking for quite some time. And I would worry that we would continue to not get things done that we've asked to have done and those kinds of things, which is why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, that's a valid point, Kavika. I'm not gonna say anything against that. I think that DOFA is the better fit for the chair, and there are other things that we can do to help make this committee be as successful as it possibly can be. You know, without saying anything too specifically, I think one of the biggest things that we have been struggling with over the last couple of years is that the HCP program at DOFA has had a lot of turnover and consistently has multiple vacant positions. And
thank you, Fish and Wildlife, for stealing all their people.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Sorry.
whose fault is that?
they're good people. But I think that has hindered the ability for the program to, you know, I'm going to stop there because I don't want to say anything that I don't mean entirely, but ESRC is a product of the staff. And if the staff are not there to support it, then this meeting doesn't come off.
Yeah, I didn't really fully appreciate how much work went into the program and these meetings until I became wildlife program manager, which was only about a year ago. It is a huge amount of work. I think they're doing an amazing job. Right now, there's less than 2 of them. It's a thankless job. It's just, they get nothing but criticism all around, and I really appreciate them hanging in there. And so we are working really hard to try, and we have one position we're trying to fill right now. But yeah, it's an ongoing problem with keeping people in those positions because it's not a fun job.
And meanwhile, in addition to this meeting, they're implementing whatever it is, 17 different HCP permits at the moment.
Yeah, with less than 2 people, I might add. But I also wanted to say a couple things, just because I think other than Loyal and Michelle and Linda, I've been around the longest, because I've been working with this program for 8 years now, and we have always had a chair. We just didn't make a big deal out of it, but we definitely had a chair. We had a chairperson's agenda. We did prep for them every single meeting. So we've had that. But if there are things that members want to see, almost never do they actually reach out to the staff. And that's what we need to see individually. We don't need to have the group emails. Linda says we're not allowed to do that. So if somebody feels strongly about having something on an agenda for the next meeting, send us a note, call us up. We're all here. We have phones. It's on our email. Just please reach out. That's much better than getting a very frustrated response the week before a meeting because, you know, we didn't capture somebody's comment 3 months ago at a meeting and we didn't remember to put it on the agenda because we're overloaded. I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses, but we're freaking overloaded here. So honestly, if someone wants to take a more proactive stance in running the ESRC meetings, we welcome that. We welcome that. So please, yes, communicate with us, give us your wish list, just in a way that we can track it. And we'll probably need reminding because we are going to forget stuff.
Well, I mean, when we ask for request things in meeting and we get a response from staff that it will be on the next agenda, and then we get something agendized and it's not there, and then we say, hey, what about this? And oh, it's too late. We've already sunshined it and all that stuff. And then we got to push it back another meeting. So I don't feel like we need to communicate multiple ways. If we're in an ESRC meeting and we request for something and staff said, yes, it's going to get done, then it should get done. I know you're all overworked, but we have not had conversations we need to have because they keep not showing up on agendas.
And if I mean, as a simple thing that I've done in meetings where, you know, I know I'm likely to forget to put something on a future agenda. I actually have the future agenda open at the same time as I'm having the current meeting. And when things like that come up, I just put it on there. So it's not something I have to remember at a later time. I just take care of that during the meeting. So if that could be a general practice, then basically after a previous meeting, we could have a tentative agenda sent out pretty soon that captures at least the things off of the previous meeting.
Yeah, we can certainly try that. I have to say though, like we've got what next 3 or 4 meetings already full of, we've got a bunch of KIUC stuff to go through. But yeah, I hear you. We'll
I do think it's nice to have a vice chair, and if the vice chair can be given the opportunity to sit in on your staff briefing, Lainey, that would be nice, I think, because then you kind of
Right.
have somebody else who knows. Now, they may not be able to do it all the time, wherever they are, but it would be an opportunity also for that to happen. And
Yeah.
and nothing against, the other agencies. I mean, Michelle has a staff, a totally underworked staff, and and I would say the same thing of Jacoby, totally underworked staff as well. So, but having like as an at-large person, having an at-large person or somebody like Kavika as the vice chair might be useful, because it then also gives that at-large or the other group, Melissa, Lisa or Kavika or my replacement or whatever, something, and that might give a good opportunity to bring in some different voices rather than just agency choices. Not that there's anything wrong with the agency choices, because they do the bulk of the work for the committee, right? Except for Michelle, of course. But I do really think it is nice to have a vice chair, and if that vice chair gets involved in your briefings and can help make sure that certain things get on agendas when they want to. I know when I've said in the past things that I would like to see agendized and they don't get there, I don't send 3 emails reminding somebody of something. But eventually I will get frustrated if they don't show up. And that's partly my fault for not maybe doing that follow-up, but I know everybody's busy, so I don't want to pester them with stuff. So if we had something like what Melissa had suggested, where we keep a running list of things that need to be addressed, that probably would be really quite nice.
Yeah. And we may not be able to get to it. I mean, yeah, I think there's a request for a vote on a vice chair in the next meeting, which I'm sure we can do. If there's larger discussion items, we can't always just put them on the next meeting, because we've already got,
right. Yeah, and
they're
so
already packed. I mean, today we're at 2:47 and we skipped most of the agenda.
right. But then also, because if you have that running list, you can also then let everybody know it's going to be 1 or 2 meetings out before we get to something.
Yeah.
And I do know that there's a lot of work that goes into these meetings. I mean, just if you look at what we did today, and you look at when I tried to put together my thoughts on all of the PIPs that we talked about, it was way incomplete compared to what TOFA staff did in their analysis. There were a bunch of things there that they knew about that I didn't know. And that takes a lot of time to put together. So there's no question that they're massively overworked. They do very good on that, but we just need to get the meeting management stuff together to where everybody knows that eventually we're going to get to the things we need to get to.
Yeah. Okay.
But my vote would be to have a vice chair in addition to a chair.
I agree. This is not really part of the current discussion, but given the amount of stuff that we've got going on, Lainey, it might be worth us going back to having the preset quarterly meetings that are defined at the beginning of the year and just having them on the schedule. We used to do that. We've somehow gotten away from it, but given so much going on, it's probably worth us just having them on the books. And then if we don't need them, we don't need them.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. We could look at that. I would say that that's not going to be enough. We would have to schedule additional meetings in between.
Agreed, but
Yeah.
at least there's that dedicated day. And then I think it was actually like 3 days in the winter or the fall for annual review.
Yeah. Okay, if that would help people, because I know, you know, we're constantly bugging people about with doodle polls about their availability. If people would prefer that, we could do that. And then if other meetings come up, as you know, we'll have to schedule them as needed.
And you can also institutionalize certain of those meetings as being like the annual meeting.
Right.
Like we did before, or if you want to, you know, revise the chair and vice chair each year, have that be on the spring meeting or whatnot. You know, whatever it is, but I do think that having the quarterly meetings locked in is good, and then you do additionals as you need them, as HCPs come in, or if we end up putting more time into the annual reports and actually going through and providing detailed recommendations and whether or not things are quote unquote headed in the right direction, you know, then we may need to always make that one 2 days or more. But come up with a way to streamline some of that stuff as well.
Mhm.
Some of that stuff can be, you know, well, anyway, that's up for the chair and vice chair to figure out.
I got a question, Linda. So is the chair and vice chair, are those people or are those seats? Like if DOFA was the chair, is that any DOFA person or is it Laney? And if Laney's not here, then it's the vice chair. Or if Laney's
So
not here,
Laney,
then it
so-
DOFA to be the chair.
so Laney technically is not the person who is the member. It's actually the chairperson's designee. So she's there so it would be for her, it would be the position, it would be the DLNR chairperson's designee. But for other members like you or Loyal or
Melissa or Lisa?
Melissa, aren't you
Oh, not Melissa,
related?
Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa, yeah. So you guys could be, you know, the person, but for others, it would be as a representative, the seat basically.
Thank you.
I don't mean to depersonalize you, Melissa.
It's okay. I'm serving on behalf of at the behest of the Dean of SOEST or something. I think
Yeah,
it's what
something
it's
like that.
designated. What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Natural science.
Natural science, sorry.
Yeah.
Which they probably haven't changed the wording on that.
No, that's the case. So like for all those positions, I think the wording is obsolete, but
For next legislative session.
yay. Okay.
Okay, so should we have on the agenda for next time, voting for chair and vice chair?
Chair and vice chair, you want to vote on both? We can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
All
then
right.
be sure that the minutes reflect that, so I don't have to send a reminder email for folks to make sure that's on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it brings us to the end of our agenda, right?
Yes. We are at the end. All right, I'd like to motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
This
Right.
is Lisa.
2:53. Adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody.
Thanks.
Right.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Good to see you.